I'd like to call the executive session to order. Representative Drago, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Representative Avalani.
Present.
Representative Kesselring present. Representative Flanagan. Representative Land. Representative Land. Representative Warden. Representative Drago.
Here.
Representative Mannon.
Here.
Representative Farmington. Harrington. Sorry, said your name. Representative Hall.
Here.
Representative Labrie.
Here.
Representative Sullivan.
Here.
Representative Cahill. Here. Representative DeSilvestro. Representative Susi.
Here.
Representative Bouchard.
Here.
Representative McKenzie.
Present.
Representative Newell.
Here.
Representative Leclerc.
Here.
Representative Staub. And not working.
Is it working now?
Interesting.
Lit up.
You're still out, Representative Staub. Representative Cahill, could you check yours, please? Check your mic.
Yes. They're in series.
Hey, Mr. Allen, could you go get AV, please?
When you do that,
This one's working here.
I don't see the light.
there we go.
Yep.
I guess
There
that
it
was
is. We're back.
Oh, you guys are miracle workers, but you guys are still down over there?
Oh,
You're all up?
Okay.
Okay,
I see the light.
there you go. You're all over it. Okay,
the last one, Representative Creighton.
here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to another exciting day in the Labor Committee. And we'll start by executing a couple of bills. And yeah, let's get after it. Okay, I'd like to open the executive session on HB 282, increasing the maximum benefits for first responders critically injured in the line of duty. Representative Warden, do you have a motion?
I move inexpedient to legislate on 282 FN.
A motion inexpedient to legislate is made by Representative Warden. Is there a second? Representative Flanagan, as you're discussing other matters, do you have a second on this? Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Warden, would you like to
Yeah, sure.
Would
Just
you
briefly.
like to address your motion,
Just
please?
briefly, this bill was designed to double the total benefits paid from the current $500,000 to $1 million per biennium. We heard some testimony that the current maximum $500,000 has not yet been reached in any biennium. So I think we're better off just leaving it as it is. Usually when you expand a pot, things find a way of filling it. And I think we should be more conservative on this. Thank you.
And Representative Flanagan, do you have anything to add to the motion?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. No, I agree with Representative Warden. I too feel that if there was a need or a demand, then we should be looking at it. But since it hasn't met that threshold at all anyway, that we should just leave it the way it is.
Okay, are there any other comments or discussions? Representative Sullivan.
During the hearing, I asked a question about the possibility of a New Hampshire version of 9/11, I'm sure that we don't have any skyscrapers or anything, but it is not inconceivable that we could have a true disaster where we would have multiple firefighters who might be injured or killed. And if that were to happen, 500,000 wouldn't be enough, and frankly, $1 million wouldn't be enough. And one of the people testifying suggested that perhaps there should be no cap on this, because if you had a disaster like that, we would want to spend the money. So I'm going to oppose the ITL because I think going to $1 million would be a good start. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. I want to agree with Representative Sullivan on this issue. You know, the nature of the business is incredibly unpredictable. So instead of building the fund to absorb potential issues and potential crisis that might occur, and using this opportunity to do that, instead we decide we're gonna cut that back because, well, there's no need. Well, as you mentioned, 9/11, at 8 o'clock in the morning, there was no need at 7:30, but at 8 o'clock or 8:30, when that thing hit the towers, there was a big need. That's the nature of the business. And so we should take this opportunity to build that fund up, to absorb things that could potentially occur. Now, I can tell you in Manchester, by the grace of God, there were 2 firefighters in the last couple of years, one of which we pulled out of a building dead. He was dead in the building, and they revived him on the outside and went back to work. The other one was hanging out the window, burnt half his hands, burnt them all. He suffered very serious injuries and ended up in the Boston hospital. Those are 2 firefighters in one town over the last couple of years that almost died. Almost died. One of them did. But for the grace of God, we revived him. So this is the nature of the business. Take this opportunity to build a fund. Don't cheap out on this thing. You owe it to the firefighters and officers who do this kind of work. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was here when we created this fund, and it was in response to the shooting of a young Manchester police officer, several wounds in his abdomen, doing permanent, irreparable harm to his organs. And bipartisan, we couldn't pass it fast enough. And I note that in this bill, there is no effort to increase the 125 per person maximum. It's just adding more in the event that there are multiple people injured. And, you know, with the things that happen in the world today, you could have firefighters, police officers, EMTs. They're all out there. We don't know what they're going to run into. They could be any number of injuries, any number of people, you know, with those kind of injuries. And we shouldn't be waiting to see if it happens. We should raise this to 100,000 and hope we never reach that. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Representative Susi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues here because someone who worked in Nashville for 29 years came very close to being paralyzed for the rest of my life when an air conditioner from 3 stories above came down, knocked me on the head, knocked me unconscious, woke up about 4 minutes later gagging on blood, spitting out teeth, hole in my tongue, forehead wide open. So when I went to work that morning, it was never expected that was going to happen, but it did. So I just want to echo the sentiments of these people in here that, you know, we shouldn't wait till something happens to expand the fund. If we don't use it, that's great. I think that's the best way to go. Let's not use it. But if something drastic happens in the state, I definitely think the money should be there. So thank you.
Okay. Representative Leclerc.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're always talking about thanking our first responders and backing our first responders. So let's show them that we really do and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear all the comments and I can appreciate our first responders. At the same token, is if we do go over that amount, I would imagine we could probably find money in the general fund to supplement it if in fact it went over. Because there's always the rainy day fund that we tend to have millions of dollars in. And I think the math is showing that, as Representative Ward said, that that we haven't gone over the number. So I think we should just leave it there. Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the timing of the calamity would make a difference if we were not in session, if the governor and executive council had just met that Wednesday and now we have to wait 2 weeks for another meeting. How long would it take to arrange this fund to suddenly appear?
Okay. I have one comment. So just bear with me a second. I'm as intimately aware of 9/11. I watched the Pentagon burn as my wife was in it. And so I understand the impact of those types of things. And I am of the opinion, and we thought about this before we made the motion, is that we could react if necessary. And I look at the current state of the fund, and we have not gone above 2/3 of that fund historically. And so I think it's enough to take those challenges that come that we would anticipate. If there's a challenge that we don't anticipate, then I do have faith that we, as legislators and with the executive branch, could handle that. And that's why I support an ITL. Are there any other comments? Seeing no comments, Mr. Clerk, could you take roll?
Representative Avaloni.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Flanagan. Representative
Yes.
Lane.
And use your mics, please, as this is being recorded.
Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Mannon.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative DeSilvestro.
No.
Representative Susi.
No.
Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Noel.
No.
Okay. Representative Leclerc.
No.
Representative Staub.
No.
Representative Creighton.
Yes. And Representative Warden, will you be doing the committee report? Sure. All right. And Representative Sullivan, who would you like to do the minority report? Roger. And if we could have the reports in the next 24 hours, that'd be great. So by noon tomorrow, an extended 24 hours.
Was the count on that?
11-9. It passes.
11-9, Roger. And this closes the executive session on HB 282. I'd now like to open the executive session on HB 586, establishing an employee assistance program for small-town first responders and making appropriation therefore. Representative Kettering, do you have a motion?
Yes. Yes. I motion to ITL. When we heard the testimony,
No, you just make the motion,
Oh, yeah,
and then we discuss. You're all over it. You're leaning forward. You're good. Representative Hall, do you have a second?
Yes, a second.
All right, now, Representative Kettering, would you like to speak to your motion?
So when we heard testimony, we heard a lot about how workers' compensation can cover a lot of these services. Also, when you look into a lot of the stuff that came in through the portal and different comments, there are some other services that are not government related. One of them is New Hampshire 988. There's also some other services out there that do this exact thing in the private sector that also help through workers' comp when we looked it up.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hall, would you like to speak to your motion?
Nothing really to add. I think there's sufficient services that we don't need to add this on.
Okay, thank you. Representative Sullivan for a comment?
Yes, and we actually discussed this. During the hearing, it appeared that some of the folks testifying were looking at a fiscal note. However, the committee did not have that fiscal note. The committee still does not have that fiscal note. And I think that fiscal note would be very helpful in figuring out if there's a way to make this work. And I would hope that we could postpone voting on this until we have all the information that would inform us about voting on this.
Okay, good point. Are there any comments on this? Representative Flanagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in due respect, Representative Sullivan, the motion is based that there's other services that are out there. It's not the fiscal note, the money, the dollar amount that it would cost. And I respect Representative Sullivan's opinion. However, I think where we're looking at is the fact that the service is already out there, not the dollar amount of the services.
Okay, good point. Any other further comments? Representative Sullivan?
I'll delve a little deeper then. The employee assistance program that was proposed here is a fast-acting process. Workers' comp is not. And when someone has this type of trauma, they need quick assistance, and that quick assistance might be enough to make it so that workers' comp doesn't come into play, and will save money overall. A lot of times these folks just need one or two sessions with a counselor to deal with the PTSD that's building. And I think the employee assistance program is the ideal mechanism to do that. And I don't think we were looking at a great deal of cost, but unfortunately we didn't have an accurate cost. I intended to put forth an amendment to put that cost into the bill, but just don't have the information yet. So I would renew my request to postpone so that we could provide another fast-acting tool for these first responders to deal with oncoming PTSD. Thank you.
And Mr. Allen, any word on the fiscal note? And we talked about it yesterday. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would seem that if the EAS system is the ideal assistance and the bill would increase the funding to allow them to meet the need, and I don't doubt there is a need, then I would ask the committee to defeat the ITL so that we might postpone and get more information and see really what the dollar amount is, and if whether or not we're willing to make that, I think, small investment to prevent other additional costs such as workers' comp and perhaps very serious mental health issues in our first responder community.
Are there any other further comments? Representative McKenzie?
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Workers' comp has been mentioned here. I don't think workers' comp covers employee assistance programs. Now, what they probably would cover, most likely, is if somebody fell apart and had a mental breakdown or some other related issues over, but they don't cover, that I know of, those kinds of programs. So just for clarification.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Labrie?
Regarding the financial note on this, I know we haven't seen one or heard one specifically, but was there testimony from the sponsor, and correct me if I'm wrong, was it $150,000 ask and $106 for somebody to administrate this? Is that what the cost was? It's just a question. The reason I asked the question, with a hiring freeze and budget cuts, I'm just trying to square it all. That's all.
Stand by. Representative Sullivan.
I believe that as we were doing sort of back of the envelope math, I believe the amount that was mentioned was $270,000. I would be uncomfortable creating an amendment using a number that was just sort of thrown out during a hearing, especially knowing that it's a second committee bill. It needs a fiscal note. It's got to show up sometime. So I just think a better informed committee could perhaps come to a better conclusion.
Representative Schultz, or correction, Staub, sorry.
Thank you.
Apology.
I just have a question. We were talking about workman's comp, and from what I understand, this was to help very small rural firefighting groups and also volunteer firefighting groups. Do volunteer firefighters get workman's comp? They do? Okay.
Any other discussion, please? Representative Sullivan.
With regard to workers' comp, it would cover PTSD, but you would have to prove that the PTSD was related to your firefighting work, which can be a laborious project. So the employee assistance program doesn't require proof of a connection. Workers' comp does. That's why this employee assistance program is. I think a good stopgap in between someone who's feeling the build of trauma and trauma-related mental health, and someone who is completely broken down to the point where they need workers' comp to cover missed work, medical bills, and so on. It's an in-between layer that can avoid workers' comp. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a great discussion, and I'm just reviewing my notes and listening to the recommendations. I guess where I fall on it is that I think there are other ways. There definitely is a way for these people to get the compensation they needed. There are other agencies available, and that those agencies aren't necessarily tied to the fiscal note. So subject to any further questions, I'd like to go ahead and hold the vote. And clerk, if you can call the roll.
Representative Avalani.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Flanagan.
Yes.
Representative Layan.
Yes.
Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Mannon.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Cahill.
No.
Representative DeSalvestro.
No.
Representative Susi.
No.
Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative McKenzie. Sorry, did I say that already? Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Leclerc.
No.
Representative Staub.
No.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
Okay, 11-9.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I wasn't called.
Oh, it didn't call you?
Yeah.
You mentioned it, but you
Oh,
skipped over.
Representative McKenzie, I apologize.
No.
No, okay. Well, I did it right at least.
Okay, and the vote is 11-9? Yep. All right. And Representative Kesselring, will you do the committee report for the committee? Yes. And Representative Sullivan for a minority report? Sullivan's got the minority report? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And this closes the session on HB 586. I'd now like to open the session on HB 299. This is relative to the award of attorney's fees and costs in workers' compensation claims. And Representative Labrie, do you have a motion to make?
I do. I motion to ITL House Bill 299.
And Representative Avalani, do you have a motion to make?
I will second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Labry, would you, do you have comments or statement to make on your motion?
Brief comments. This bill generally advocates for attorneys to be able to capture unlimited fees and costs upon a level 1 hearing at the Department of Labor. Currently, attorneys are able to collect those fees at the level 2 appeal hearings. The committee also felt that it would drive insurance rates, and it would also potentially drive more workman's comp claims.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Avalani, do you have comments to your motion?
Representative Labrie was very eloquent. Thank you.
All right, are there any other comments? Representative McKenzie, sir.
Thank you. I would just take exception, Mr. Chair, to the comment about unlimited, unrestrained costs, in the sense that the cost for this program, this benefit or whatever, would be the same, I would think, as it is for the other levels, and it would be governed by the Department of Labor, who has to approve all these fees. So it's not unrestrained.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Representative Sullivan.
I would agree with that point, and I would also raise another point that there was testimony heard that when these hearings are scheduled, if there's representation for both sides, they schedule them for an hour. If there's no representation on the worker side, they schedule it for an hour and a half. So effectively, the message sent is that when there's somebody in the room that knows what they're doing and guiding the hearing in a productive and reasonable way, it's much more efficient. The other advantage of having an attorney involved is that if a worker goes to an attorney with just a bad appeal, the insurance company is denied the claim, and the worker's mad and goes to the attorney saying, "I want you to help me fight this thing." If they've got no prayer, the attorney is not going to represent them, and they'll explain why they have a bad case. So again, I think you get more efficiency out of people who are represented by a competent workers' comp attorney. So I think this would actually be an improvement on the system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any, Representative Cahill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also think that the presence of an attorney, as my colleague said, would help screen out cases that really weren't going to go anywhere. But also, I think it would likely bring a settlement that both parties can live with and that's equitable. You've probably seen the ads on TV. If you've got an injury, our attorneys, will get you what you deserve, and the insurance company will crumble just when they see our name and on the case. That might be a little bit of exaggeration, but I think even Attorney Russo felt that there was a question about attorneys cost more or they just bring more value. So I'm going to vote against the ITL.
Thank you, sir. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't want to pound this into the ground, but I mean, these people are represented by attorneys. It's not a matter of if they can get an attorney. They can get attorneys. The issue is who pays for it. And about 6 years ago, Chairman Infantine and I worked on revising the entire workers' comp statute in the state of New Hampshire. It was a lot of work. But the concern was that workers' comp's premiums were going really too high to a point where we only had 3 carriers. Now we have a much larger number than 3 carriers in the state of New Hampshire. But that's all I'm going to say is there is attorneys there that will represent them. So.
Okay, and Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to assist my learned colleague with whom I've served several terms, we did hear from the attorney representing the insurers that in fact, our rates are down because our safety standards, our safety practices are better. I think that's the key to this. And if we improve safety in the public sector as well, just another plug for that, then we could do better. It's the safety, if you reduce the claims, then you have fewer people going on appeals, you have fewer injuries. That's the key to lower rates.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Representative Avalani.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Flanagan. Representative Layan.
Yes.
Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Mannon.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Cahill.
No,
Representative DeSilvestro.
No.
Representative Susi.
No.
Representative Bouchard.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
No.
Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Leclerc.
No.
Representative Staub.
No.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
11-9.
Okay, the vote is 11-9, and Representative Labrie for the committee report.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And for the minority report. Thank you. And this closes the executive session on HB 299. I'd now like to open the executive session on HB 303 relative to requiring the Department of Labor review and adopt workers' occupational safety requirements that are similar to OSHA standards. Representative Sullivan for a motion.
I move that we retain this bill.
And do I have a second? Thank you.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Avalani. Are there any discussion to this motion, Representative Sullivan?
Yes. As I testified last week, this bill has come a long way. It is vastly improved from where it was 4 or 5 years ago. That doesn't mean it's perfect. And I'm persuaded that if we retain the bill and continue to work in a bipartisan way to try to, I'm not going to say perfect it, it might never be perfect, but improve. Make it a bit better so it's more palatable to the entire committee, or at least a majority of the committee, then I'm not going to say I'm happy to do that, but I'm willing to do that. And been working on this too long to see it go down in flames, so I'm happy to keep working on it. So thank you.
And I just, from my perspective, if you look at the numbers that were provided us over the weekend, the fact of the matter is our public employees are injured at a higher rate, 2 to 4% based on the year, than the private sector. And I'm not saying it's a direct cause to OSHA, but clearly anything we could do to protect our workers, we should do. But I look at this bill as it is, and there's two big concerns that jump out at me. First is that, if you take the OSHA regulations and you put them into this room, you print them all out, they would fill this room. And my fear is that we subject New Hampshire to that volume and the cost associated with implementing that. And I understand that the bill is written so that that's not supposed to happen, but I'm not convinced it wouldn't happen. And then the other thing is that the department has said that they would need 7 additional workers plus additional space to put these people in. And I'm not comfortable with that under the current budget circumstances. So recognizing the importance of the bill and the work that's already been done, I would like to commit the committee to look at it in more detail and maybe come with something that we can all agree to in the near future. Representative Labrie.
I would just dovetail with what you said regarding the hires in the new building. As written, this is a multi-million-dollar bill with the request here, is the first issue with the hiring freeze and budget cuts again. The second thing is, my thought would be, if there is a union option for additional safety, as we hear all the unions say that the safety is unparalleled within the unions, I would request that maybe that's viewed, looked at too within this, the research that we can, if we do decide to continue with this. But it's awfully expensive and it's definitely going to continue to be a big project, I think.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support the motion to retain. However, I think what we need to probably do is look at a phased-in approach in that maybe establish a fund that says getting a quarter of a loaf instead of the whole loaf, if I can use that term, meaning that some areas maybe need changes immediately, some not needing the implementation of the OSHA. So it might be on a coordinated basis where we say to labor is that we need to look at this, but we've got X amount of dollars to spend and go from there. That's all I was thinking.
Good point. Representative Drago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The study that was sent over, or the numbers that were sent over this weekend, I was actually surprised that public sector was 2 to 4% higher for injuries. My concern is actually the Department of Labor put it in the email that could just be because public sector is much better at reporting injuries. And I, as a private sector employer, I know plenty of employees who just offer to pay for their employee to go to urgent care and get stitches. That doesn't get reported. And there's a lot of times private sector employees don't even report the injury they got if it's not serious enough. That doesn't happen in the public sector. They're very good at reporting everything. And I think that's where the numbers get skewed. So without good data, I don't see, and I'm not sure we'll ever get that data, but I don't see how we can force municipalities to spend millions upgrading their standards. And we did hear partial testimony on that depends on the municipality and what they have for safety gear now, but the expenses might be extraordinary. And we all campaigned, we all heard our taxes are crazy. So I'm not sure how we can stick our constituents with that type of expense.
Fair enough. Good. All right. Mr. Clerk, do you want to call a roll, please?
Representative Avaloni.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Flanagan.
Yes.
Representative Layan.
Yes.
Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Mannon.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative DiSilvestro.
No. Yes.
Representative Susi.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Leclerc.
Yes.
Representative Staub.
Yes.
And Representative Creighton.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
All right. So, but by a vote of 20-0, we've agreed to retain this bill. And I look forward to seeing what we can come up with over the next year. Thank you. This closes the session on HB 303. I'd now like to open the session on HB 735. On HB 735, through discussions with the sponsor, we believe that there is an amendment that could come to place that would be an improvement over this bill. And I'd like to postpone the executive session until next week. So I close the executive session on HB 735.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Sir,
Was the moving of our meeting posted on 307?
I'm sorry.
We normally meet in room 307.
Correct. It's posted at 2:10, 2:11.
It is posted up there.
And it's on the calendar.
Okay, I'm just saying, of all the emails that we got, I was like, where's 735? So, okay, thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, no, it's posted and it's in the calendar. Thank you. Good point. Okay, I'd like to open the session on, executive session on HB 225. It's a bill relative to the employment of military spouses in the event of involuntary deployment of a service member. And Representative LaBrie, do you have a motion?
Yeah, so I motion to OTPA with the, with an amendment here, if I could.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, so this is a, an amendment that was a,
Stand by, stand by. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Representative Hall, thank you so much. And now for your amendment.
okay. So this is a amendment that we had worked on as a bipartisan committee. Representative Hall and Schultz weighed in on this. There were 5 changes that we made. I don't know if you guys have a copy of this. Did we have a copy for everybody? I'll just read it if you'd like.
Yeah,
This is just a
please.
copy of the amendment. So basically what we did was we added this to try to close it off a little bit and made it 1 year and 1 day. So regarding the amount of time that a spouse could be not at the place of where they'd worked, it was up to 1 year and 1 day, so it wasn't open-ended. The second item here was we defined what court meant, local court or magistrate. And the third item we had here was employers shall provide employees with written acknowledgement of the notice of deployment. The fourth item we had is that the employer, this was just a typo, I think, the employer may choose not to reemploy the employee if the employer establishes that circumstances have so changed. This would be in the case of if the business was sold or whatnot. And then 5, if a violation is found, the employer shall be liable for reinstatement and back pay of any benefits lost due to a violation.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir,
point of order. I think it is, I believe it's required that we have a written copy of an amendment before we vote on it. So,
okay, I agree with that. Davis, can you go just burn 20 copies of this? And we'll recess for 5 minutes. What, I'm saying again?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 25 for the audience as
You
well.
can,
Thank you.
it's got notes on it, but feel free to take it.
So we'll reset for 5 minutes. Please hang tight and we'll get that out to you. Yes, sir.
More of a point of order. I think the motion was OTP with an amendment. What we really need to do is introduce the amendment,
He's
vote
inter-
on, vote on
that's
the
what we're
amendment,
doing.
and then we vote for
Correct.
OTP with an amendment.
That's what we're
Okay.
doing.
Okay. I'm just saying the original motion was OTP.
And then we'll make an emotion on the amendment.
Correct.
We'll vote on the amendment and then we'll go back to the OTP. Cool. Thank you. All right, Representative Labrie, if you could just hand those out, we'll give folks a minute to look at them. And then we'll go ahead and see if there's any questions.
Just the actual amendment?
Yeah, he just underlined. I'm sorry. I'd like to call back in session discussion for the executive session on HB 225. Representative Labrie has hounded out Amendment 2025-0075 Hotel. And Representative Labrie, could you go through your changes as everyone has a chance to look at what the committee's done? And I just wanted to thank the subcommittee for the work that they did on listening to testimony and making adjustments as appropriate. So over to you, sir.
Sure. Okay, so the First Amendment here, and everything's underlined and numbered. Basically, the original bill kind of left this open-ended, so we just tucked in to close it off, so it wasn't like forever, 1 year and a day. So that was the First Amendment here. The second one is we need to identify what the word court meant, and court, of course, means a local court or magistrate. Third one. This was just an acknowledgement that employers would provide employees with written acknowledgement of notice of their deployment so that there wouldn't be any confusion. Number 4, second page. I believe the word not was left out here, and the employer may choose not to reemploy the employee if the employer establishes some circumstances have changed. Change meaning, possibly the business was sold or whatnot. And then number 5, of course, was if there was a violation found, the employer would be liable for reinstatement, back pay, and any benefits lost to the violation. So I think we feel that these 5 changes tightened up the bill.
Okay, are there any questions to the amendment? Representative McKenzie.
Under section 5, I guess it's 5B. So if a violation is found, does the claimant recover legal costs to have to enforce the law? So is it their burden to fund this whole appeal?
So Representative McKenzie, if you look under line 9, it says the Department of Labor or local court may also award the employee reasonable attorney's fees. So that's in that section.
Thank you. I should have read it.
Thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 3. Employer shall provide the employees with written acknowledgement of the notice of deployment, explicitly confirming adherence of this term. Is that like a wall posting that the employer has to say that if you are deployed or involved with a deployment, that we will adhere to this law?
Mr. Chair?
Please.
I don't know that it's a specific wall posting, but it's definitely a written acknowledgement to that,
To the employees?
to the employees.
Okay, that's fine.
That's basically closing the loop to make sure that communication has occurred between the employee notification and the employers coming back saying, yeah, I got this, you're covered.
The only concern I had was that it was almost like saying, well, the employer is going to tell the person that they're being deployed, and I'm like, no, it's usually the other way
That,
around.
if you read it the first way, that's right. But the question when we heard testimony was just confirming that both parties knew
Yep.
what was going on.
It's a notice.
Yep.
Yep.
Representative Sullivan.
On your first change, it says involuntary mobilized for up to 1 year and 1 day. So if it goes 1 year and 2 days, the reemployment is not necessarily.
At some point Mr. Chair, if I might.
Please.
At some point, Representative, we had to draw the line in the sand someplace for this and close the loop. So at 1 year and 1 day, that closes the loop. At 1 year and 2 days, it's no longer effective.
And I guess I would follow up.
Please.
I would just question whether or not it is extremely uncommon for a deployment to go more than a year and a day.
Absolutely. 10 years ago, a year deployment was sort of the standard, and it's a year to the day. You're tracked very closely. Currently, deployments are 6 to 9 months. And so I think a year and a day is completely reasonable based on deployment schedules. Representative Warren.
And lines 26 and 27, we just talked about this a second ago, it says that the employers shall provide written acknowledgement of the notice of deployment. That's fine. That could be an email, for example, but then it says explicitly confirming adherence to the terms of this section. That isn't, it's sort of nonsensical. I don't know what that means. Does that email have to say that, yes, we've received acknowledgement of your deployment, and we as an employer adhere to RSA 110:C1:A-1 or whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean,
Is it? I mean, those are two different things. It could say they can written acknowledgement, acknowledge that they know about the deployment, and they shall confirm adherence to this. I just don't think
Representative
I don't think it's clearly written. I guess
Okay.
the point.
Representative Labry.
It could be dumbed down, okay? And no disrespect. Basically what it means is when you draft the letter and there is a correspondence, there needs to be reference made to what we're talking about. So it's just not off the cuff and just a general statement that I'm leaving and I'll be back in a year. It needs to reference some of which is what's been talked about here in this section 5.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Maybe it is unclear, but we suppose we could clean it up, but I think it's clear to most.
Okay. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, to that point, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward if you say, yes, I will hold your job. You don't have to quote the RSA to make it work. And
Okay.
I like it.
All right. Good. Any other questions? Representative McKenzie.
The only question I have is on the section of the law that you put this in. I haven't had a chance to look that up, but the Department of Labor has a whole section on protections and things like that. But this doesn't, I don't know that they're in that 110C area. So I just wonder if this should be moved over under the Department of Labor's section of the law.
I would say it'd be a great question if I could, sir, to
Go
the
ahead.
Department of Labor to ask them.
Okay.
That's out of my pay scale, above my pay
Representative
scale.
Ward.
Yeah, I mean, if I may address his concern, when I originally saw this bill, I looked up the RSAs, and Chapter 110-C:1 is about employment protection for members of National Guard, state militia when they're called on duty. And this adds, that was C:1. This new section is C:1-A. It's more specific, so it does follow nicely with the existing RSA, in my opinion.
Would it be possible to listen to get some opinion from the DOL?
Ms. Albert, do you have, can you give us some enlightenment possibly? Or Mr. Garrigan, either way.
Good morning. John Garrigan, General Counsel with the Department of Labor. With me is Deputy Commissioner Danielle Albert. Representative Warden's is correct that the existing 110C covers employment protections for members of the National Guard and state militia. The Department of Labor's authority regarding that section of law is located in 110C, which is true. It's not our typical neighborhood of laws, but that is where that exists now. This would amend that portion of the law.
Okay. And Representative Malvolani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For further clarification, under Section 4, Line 3, It does reference a federal section. I know that, we're subject to state laws. Would that be something, if this does go forward, that the department could clean up in the Senate to define that, make the definition a state definition instead of a federal definition?
We would certainly support such a technical clarification on that. We had email correspondence to that effect. From a technical point of view, there are there are different ways to do that. As the department provided to Representative Avalani, the state law can reference a federal standard. We would certainly do our best to ascribe to the federal standard. It makes it kind of difficult to read. And then also, there's no, when the federal standard changes, that changes the standards, even though there's no input from the New Hampshire legislature on that. So we would, I think, be supportive of anything that makes the law clearer, kind of whichever way the law goes. But whether or not the Senate could take that up is not a thing we'll overall take a position on, though we're happy to provide technical guidance on words that could be put there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we're going to vote on the amendment as presented by Representative Labry. And if you could call the roll.
Representative Avalani.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Flanagan.
Yes.
Representative Layan.
Yes.
Representative Warden.
Yes.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Mannon.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative DiSilvestro.
Yes.
Representative Susie.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Leclerc.
Yes.
Representative Staub.
Yes.
Representative Creighton.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Okay, so now back to the motion at hand. Representative Avalani, do you have a motion to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now move OTPA for House Bill 225.
And Representative Sullivan, do you have a second?
Yes.
And Representative Avalani, would you like to speak to your
Point
motion?
of information.
Yep.
Should his motion refer specifically to amendment number 75H?
That's the amendment. That's the OTPA 075H.
That wasn't expressed in
Okay.
the motion.
So expressed. That's the only amendment we're looking at.
I realize that.
Okay, so expressed.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Avalani, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we have talked about this at length, and it's time to move it forward. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Sullivan, would you like to speak to your motion?
A little.
Please.
I'm not a military guy, but I do respect and appreciate the service that our military does in these deployments. And I'm also a labor guy, and so I value job protection. So this does both, and for that reason, I support it.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. Any other further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll? On OTPA for HB 225 with amendment 0075H.
Representative Avalani.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Flanagan. Representative Warden. Oh, sorry, I skipped. Representative Layan.
Yes.
Representative Warden.
No.
Representative Drago.
Yes.
Representative Mannon.
Yes.
Representative Farrington.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Labrie.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Cahill.
Yes.
Representative DiSilvestro.
Yes.
Representative Susie.
Yes.
Representative Bouchard.
Yes.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes.
Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Leclerc.
Yes.
Representative Staub,
Yes.
Representative Creighton,
Yes.
19-1.
19-1 is the vote. Is there any objection to putting this bill on consent? Seeing no objection, Representative Ward, thank you. We'll put it on consent, and I will write the committee report. Are there any further questions? Good. Close the hearing on HB 225. And our next hearing is at 11:30. I want to thank those of you that came in and joined us today for helping us out. I appreciate that. And we'll see you at 11:30 for our next hearing. Thank you. If you could fill out a card, then we'll go ahead and get started. Sushi. 86. One second.
542.
Representative Labber, you're doing the 299 report, right? All right, sir. Oh, yeah, one more. All right, we'll go ahead and call a committee meeting in session for a public hearing regarding HB 542 FN relative to weekly benefit amounts for unemployment compensation. Representative McKenzie, would you like to present your bill, please?
Yes, thank you. For the record, my name is Mark McKenzie. I am the representative from District 40, the flow down in Manchester. I represent 5 wards in the city of Manchester. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 542 FN, which is an increase in the unemployment benefits. And so I want to take this opportunity to give you a little background in terms of the unemployment bill in general. I was looking at when we came on board in 1938, we paid $6 the first time on unemployment benefits. The UI system was part of the old age law, which was actually where the Social Security was nested. And so it was part of this process of providing an underpinnings for the society in general. And the UI was an important component of it. Excuse me. So over the years, the system has evolved, and here we are today. The system, as you will hear from Commissioner Lavers, is a partnership between the feds and the state. Essentially, the state has jurisdiction over the benefits that are delivered. That was part of the handshake years ago when the law was passed. And the feds keep all the money. The repository is down there. The guidelines are all provided through the federal law, and all the money is in D.C. somewhere. So let me say that the preamble to the unemployment law, if you will read the preamble, it was passed by the legislature actually. And what it says is the general court declares that the public good and the general welfare of the workers of the state require the enactment of unemployment compensation laws providing for the setting aside of unemployment reserves to be used for the benefit of persons unemployed through no fault of their own, and for providing systematic accumulation of funds during the period of unemployment to provide benefits for the people. So the purpose is in the preamble, and the purpose is actually twofold. Number one is to stabilize a person who, through no fault of their own, loses their job, who needs the support in this transition period between one job and the next. And the second thing this does is to stabilize communities, to keep workers connected in some ways to the employers, And this has been what I've seen over the course of the years. Now, a lot of people don't realize how important unemployment insurance can be. But I've managed through my former professional life, I've had a lot to do with layoffs, big layoffs. Some were as large as 6 or 7, 8,000 people. And that was when the Warsaw paper mills all went down. And but for the unemployment, absolutely nothing. They would have been in Berlin, New Hampshire, in Gorham, New Hampshire. You're not going to put 5,000 or 6,000 people back to work. The second problem that you run into in big layoffs is that you have a workforce many times that is connected to a certain skill set. And the problem with trying to do a transition for somebody, for instance, that was a paper mill worker, to a job in high tech, is very difficult. So you hear a lot of times about, well, you can just go out tomorrow and get another job. Well, when you talk to the paper workers up in the mill when it closed, you ask them what you want to do. I want to make paper. Well, you can't make paper anymore. There's nobody making paper anymore. So it was a really difficult thing to get them to a place where they understood that they had to move on. Now, the federal government, along with the unemployment office, set up a terrific operation up there. But it was a good example of what happens when workers are in one occupation for a long period of time. The company closes, and then all of a sudden, they are out. And many times, they didn't know they were going to be out. Warsaw Paper was a good example of it. So the unemployment system comes when those kinds of things happen. And they do a number of different things. And one of the things they do is to provide unemployment benefits, but also to provide this, they surround the worker with a system of benefits, opportunities to get them back to work. And let me say that nobody on the unemployment system is a malingerer. You are not sitting at home on the unemployment system. If you apply for unemployment, and the commissioner is here, you have to show up. You have to call employers. You have to make sure that you're connected and you're working hard. So nobody is sitting home, which is sometimes what people say about the unemployment system. Now, let me speak to the specifics of the bill. The rate has not been raised since, I believe, 2007. Was the last time it was done. Representative Infantine was actually on that committee back then. Rusty Bridle, I think, was the chair of the House Labor Committee. And they raised the rate, and they brought it up in 2007, and there it sits. So it sits at $41,500 is the maximum income that you'll take into consideration. The maximum benefit is $427. Now, for the heck of it, I passed out something with the mean, the wages in the different areas, so you have a sense of what $427 will do. And it doesn't do much. And it really it's a shame that we've got so far behind the curve on this particular issue. The other thing I passed out, and you at your leisure, is to give you a sense, and it says at the top page, the number of continuous weeks of unemployment. And it also, so that gives you a sense of how long people are out, or the number of weeks, actually. And then I'm sure the commissioner has some stuff on the number of weeks people are out, but generally they're out around 12 weeks. The other thing I gave you was a local area unemployment static, because you need to understand that this unemployment system services people in your district. And this gives you a sense of that. So it's not just the southern part of the state, it's people all over the state that are being affected by this. So when you put 427, which is the top benefit, and you put it against the average wage, you get a sense of how inadequate this system really is, not so much for the bottom end of the scale, but clearly for the top end of the scale. Because what happens with the benefit is you hit 41.5 and you're done. That's the maximum benefit. Anything you make above that, you're not being compensated more than 41.5. So the ratio, replacement ratio, deteriorates greatly at the 41.5 level. So the people at the bottom end of the scale are getting about 54% replacement rate. and it just goes down from there. So there are people on the higher end of the scale are in the 20%, 25% rate replacement wage, and you'll hear some of that. What this bill does is to, the original bill, and there's an amendment in process, which I'll have in my hand by noontime, I think. It raises the top of the scale, brings it up. So the amendment will bring it up 6 steps. The original bill, the bill that you see in front of you, brings it up 12 steps. I talked to the commissioner. We had a good conversation the other day, and there's a good reason why we want to stay within that 6 steps. But let me say this, that the only way you're going to be able to get beyond the 6 steps is the way they got beyond it when they passed the increase in 2007, which is you need to start looking at how much is actually coming into the system. So there are two, there's a going out and there's a coming in. And the trouble with raising the rates is that you bump up against the ceiling. And you really need to start thinking about the taxable base rate, because it's at 14,000 right now. And you need to start to think about increasing that, and you'll hear more about this, but increasing that to really be able to provide additional benefits. So I think we need to be in the range of, my bill went up to 65,000, but we need to at least be in the range of 55 or 58,000, because that's basically where the average wage is. But we're not going to get there unless we raise the rate. So what I did was the amendment will show you this. I brought it back. The commission will give you some sense of people that are covered, how that will affect people on the scale. His numbers don't relate to necessarily the amendment, but we did discuss it. But you'll have a better sense of that. And the commissioner and I have worked closely on this. People that have worked with the Department of Employment Security and Commissioner Labors know he's very competent. So with that, I'm going to yield to him and let him dazzle you with all of the facts and statistics. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer questions now or at the end of the hearing.
All right, thanks. Are there any questions right now, or do you want to get to the commissioner first? Representative Sullivan.
Just want to be clear on this. Looking at the bill as introduced, and you said that currently it stops at 41.5. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's step 30 on here. And you said you added 6 steps in the amended version, so that would stop at 52,000, correct?
Right.
Okay, so the amended version would increase it from 41.5 to 52,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good question. Thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you're not shooting for 65,000, you're bringing it down? Okay, just for clarification, okay.
No further questions. Great. Thank you. And Representative, or Mr. John Reynolds, please, from Amherst.
Thank you, Chair Creighton and members of the committee. John Reynolds, the National Federation of Independent Business of New Hampshire. I'm the state director of New Hampshire. We represent over 1,700 small employers across the state. We did just, I think Representative McKenzie touched on it toward the end of his remarks. We have concerns about this bill's impact on unemployment insurance tax rates for small employers, well, for all employers, because at least certainly as it was originally introduced, and we haven't seen the amendment language, but as originally introduced, right, it would require a significantly higher unemployment insurance trust fund reserve, which of course has to be filled somehow. And then in times of economic crisis or distress, the drawdown will be greater. So this is going to end up having an impact one way or the other eventually on UI tax rates. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former business owner, I didn't view unemployment tax as a Herculean obstacle in finance. In other words, it's based on like $1,400, and the assistant commissioner can fill us in, but that's only increases if the rate of the unemployment tax goes up because we're below a level that we're required to have. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Chair and Representative Flanagan, it does float based on the fund balance, and there are
Correct.
various factors that go into that, including your experience rating as an employer, right? So if you're in a higher turnover industry, this means a lot more to you, perhaps, than if
Yeah.
you're in a lower turnover industry.
Okay. And the number of employees too, I suppose.
Correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. And, sir, over to you. And Mr. Lavers, please introduce yourself and who you represent, and we're looking forward to your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner with the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security. So in order to fulfill Representative McKenzie's high expectations for dazzling you, I did bring stuff that has color on it. That might be the only thing dazzling that I have. But I did want to just quickly walk through some information, some important data points, I think, most of which are familiar to the members that have heard prior conversations around bills seeking to increase the benefit amount, and then walk you through some analysis that the department did. All of this is on the bill as introduced. None of this is on an amended version, which scales down the benefits. Obviously, once that amendment comes through, the department will do an analysis of that as well. And to clarify, the department takes no position on the bill. We're here to provide information, answer questions. So I'll get started. I'll try to quickly go through this, and I'll stop at any point that individuals have questions. So as Representative McKenzie had indicated, current maximum weekly benefit amount in New Hampshire is $427. That's been the maximum available since 2007. Whether you get that amount is determined based upon how much you earned in the 4 quarters prior to filing for unemployment, and obviously being unemployed through no fault of your own. There are 52 benefit tiers. They go from as low as $32 a week for someone that had earned $2,800 in their 4-quarter base period to the $427, for which someone has to earn at least $41,500 in that 4-quarter base period. Lower tiers currently provide about a 60% wage replacement. Those upper tiers are 53, 54% wage replacement, and benefits have not been touched since 2006, which was effective in 2007, and 5 additional tiers were added at that point in time. What the original version of the bill looks to do is to leave the existing rates alone. It does not touch the existing tiers, but it looks to add 12 additional tiers. So starting above 41.5, which is that current max earnings that get taken into consideration, and it would start at 42.5 with a benefit of 437, and then it would go all the way up to 65,000 and provide a benefit of $669. These proposed new rates maintain the existing wage replacement rates that are in the current statute, so 53, 54% wage replacement for someone that is right at those earning amounts. When we move along to the next slide, I talk a little bit about what the department has done to gauge the impact of the proposed bill. So we took the entire claim filing population from both 2023 and 2024 to get a good flavor of regular expected filing activity and what the impact would be. We then took those individuals that received the 427 currently and then parked them into the new schedule that the representative has filed. If you were someone that was at 41.5 but not at 42.5, you stayed at 427. If you were at least 42.5, you would go into that new rate of 437. And if you had at least 65, you would go into that new weekly benefit amount of 669. So when we did that, and then we ran 2023 and 2024 as if the bill had been in effect, the impact on 2023 when claim volume was lower was about an increase of $10 million in total benefits being paid out. So current benefit schedule paid out a little over 35 million. The proposed benefit schedule would have paid out 45 million, which was about a 28% increase in total benefits being paid. When we did the same to the 2024 population, which there was an increase in the number of people filing in 2024 compared to the historic low levels experienced in 2023, that was an increase of 31%, or a total of $14.6 million. Benefit payments going from 47 million up to almost $62 million. The wage replacement rate, when I move to the next slide, and then in some quick some data points, the current wage replacement rate, and what we mean by that is the amount of the earnings that you had while you were in employment, how much of that is replaced by your unemployment benefit, if you qualify for it. If you're right at that 41.5 right now, like I said, your wage replacement rate is 54%. So you're getting about half that which you were earning while you were working. A lot of incentive to get right back to work. But that's only if you're right at that earning level. What I did was provide the members with some information on what the current experience is for people that are actually qualifying for that 427 right now. So you can get a sense of what their real life wage replacement rate has been. So what your constituents are receiving from unemployment. In 2023, the average base period earnings for people getting that 427 was just over $86,000 a year. That's a wage replacement rate of 26%. In 2024, that average base period earnings was about 88,500. So a wage replacement rate of 25%. So they're getting about a quarter of what they had received while they were in employment. Looking at the impact of the bill and the number of people that it would have impacted when we turn to the next page, in 2023, the bill would have increased benefits for a little bit over half the benefit filing population, or about 6,300 individuals. In 2024, that would have increased the benefits received by about 63% of the claim filing population, or about 8,200 individuals. So those are the individuals that would have been parked in one of those new benefit tiers, but had received 427 when they filed. Before getting into the analysis on some of the stress testing that the economists in our Labor Market Information Bureau conducted, I just wanted to go over some data points that are relevant. I'll quickly go over these. These are good data points to have for all of the conversations we have around labor force issues. First slide looks at a comparison of what the change in private sector wages has done since the last time benefits were increased. So you can see on the left-hand slide for the left hand of the slide for the first one that has a chart, that the average private sector weekly wage in 2007 when benefits were increased was $852. We fast forward to the most current records that we have are the second quarter of 2024. That average weekly wage private sector is $1,453. When we turn the slide, we can see what that wage replacement rate is. In 2007, that wage replacement rate for the average private sector worker was 50%. In 2024, that wage replacement rate is 29% for that average private sector worker. Next slide, I look at the change in inflation. Since benefits were increased, inflation has increased for New Hampshire about 42%. Since the last time benefits were increased, a significant amount of that is inflation that has increased over the last 3 years coming out of the pandemic, when that's close to 20% of that increase has been experienced. We turn the slide. I look at how New Hampshire compares to other states and how much we currently pay. The first slide has all of the states. It's a little bit busy. I did break it down to just looking at states in the Northeast. But nationally, New Hampshire currently has the 19th lowest average weekly benefit amount at we are at $367. You can see where the other states fall, including Massachusetts, averaging over $700 a week, which is second highest in the country. When we look at the next slide at just those states in the Northeast, you can see that New Hampshire has the lowest average weekly benefit amount in New England at $367. You can see where the other states fall in comparison to New Hampshire. When we move to the next slide, you can see that New Hampshire has the lowest maximum weekly benefit amount, that $427. That is the lowest maximum weekly benefit amount in the Northeast. You can see how the other states stack up. The only correction to that slide is that the Massachusetts amount is actually higher than that. It's actually over $1,500 now. Might be why. I was reading an article in the Globe yesterday on the fact that without any changes in the economy, their trust fund is forecast to be depleted in 2027, and they owe the feds $2 billion. Might be part of that reason when you look at their amount that they're paying out. And then the next slide looks at if the bill were passed with the 12 new tiers, that would put New Hampshire at the 16th highest maximum weekly benefit amount in the country. We flip to the next page, looking at how that would compare with states in the Northeast. If the bill were passed with the 12 new tiers, New Hampshire would still have the third lowest maximum weekly benefit available in the Northeast, just higher than the state of New York, but lower than the New England states. When we look at duration and exhaustion, so how long people currently file for benefits and how many utilize all of their benefits, we're talking about right now, an individual in New Hampshire, unemployed through no fault of their own, they have 26 weeks of benefits available to them. On average, New Hampshire residents file and utilize unemployment for 11.6 weeks. You'll see in this next chart that got rounded up to 12, so I could get the numbers to fit within all of our small states. And then the next page looks at how that average duration stacks up with other New England states. So our duration right now is 11th lowest in the country. And it is the lowest in the Northeast, Vermont being closest. Vermont is just a little bit over 12 weeks average duration, and we're at that 11.6. When we look at exhaustion, so the number of individuals who utilize all 26 weeks of their unemployment, that exhaustion rate for New Hampshire is 15%. That's the second lowest exhaustion rate in the country. You don't have to go very far to find the lowest, and that is our neighbor to the west with Vermont at 13%. The next slide, I did the same as what I did for other measures and included just the New England or just the Northeast states. So you can see how that compares against those that are closest to us. And you can see the exhaustion rates for New Hampshire and Vermont are far lower than anyone else in the Northeast. And the United States as a whole is almost 40% exhaustion. When we shift gears and look at the impact on employers, because the unemployment program in New Hampshire is 100% funded by employer taxes, New Hampshire has the fourth lowest unemployment tax burden in the country. The way they arrive at that, the U.S. Department of Labor compares total taxes paid for unemployment systems against total wages paid in each state. And they arrive at that apples to apples comparison despite a lot of differences in how employers are taxed from state to state. So New Hampshire, fourth lowest unemployment tax burden in the country. When you flip to the next slide, you can see that it is the lowest tax burden for unemployment purposes in the Northeast by far. There is not another state close to New Hampshire. When Massachusetts is the closest state to you from a tax perspective, and they're still over 3 times your rate, that just kind of shows how low New Hampshire is right now for its unemployment tax burden. When we look at the next slide, you can see actual experience right now with employers. Their average private employer pays at 0.61%. That equates out to about $85 per year per employee for unemployment taxes. And you can see that that is as low as we were experiencing prior to the pandemic and as low a rate that New Hampshire employers have experienced going back the past 30 years. Flipping to the next slide, drawing to the end of my comments, I get into the stress test scenarios that our economists in our Labor Market Information Bureau conducted. So I asked them to do 3 things. One was to apply the benefit schedule against their existing forecast, no changes, no recession, no economic downturn, and let's see what happens when you apply this new schedule compared to our current schedule. I then asked them to model it against a mild recession like we experienced in the early 2000s. Current unemployment rate in New Hampshire is 2.6%. The mild recession was an unemployment rate of 4.5%. And then we asked them to do a major recession model, great recession type of scenario, where unemployment in New Hampshire goes up to 6.5%, which prior to the pandemic was as high an unemployment rate as the state had experienced. So in the modeling under current conditions, I did put some key takeaways on the next slide, but if you look at the chart, you can see that the current benefits, that would be the current condition of the trust fund, rather, if no changes were made, is in the gray line. The trust fund performance, if this bill were in effect, is in the green line. We started the bill going into effect in the 3rd quarter of this year, thinking that would be the earliest that the bill, if passed, would have an impact. And then the key takeaways on the current forecast, again, no economic downturn. In 2026, the bill would result in the trust fund finishing the year about $21 million below where it is currently forecast without any changes at $364 million. In 2027, it would reduce the trust fund balance by $33 million down to $353 million for a year-ending balance. Importantly, for our prior discussions about the fund balance reductions that are keyed off of balance thresholds in the fund for solvency, it would not impact those. It would come very close. There are 2 quarters in the model that would finish at $351 and $353 million respectively, that trigger for allowing employers to get a 1% reduction on their rate kicks in at $350 million. So when you're looking at a $350, $400 million account, moving the needle by 1 million doesn't take very much. So the forecast didn't call for it to go below that fund balance reduction. I'm just pointing out that it was very close in each of those quarters. So current conditions, no change to the forecasted fund balance reductions for employers. Mild recession, again, here you can see gray line is without any changes, what the trust fund would do if New Hampshire encountered that type of mild recession. Green line being what the trust fund would do with the proposed schedule from Representative McKenzie's bill as proposed. Key takeaways from that are a $64 million reduction in 2026, a $127 million reduction, or rather $87 million reduction in 2027. There would be an impact on the fund balance reductions in 2 quarters. Employers would not get the forecasted 0.5 reduction to their rates if the bill were in effect according to this forecast. that would cause an increase in taxes to be paid in 2027 by New Hampshire business of just over $26 million. When we look at the last scenario, the major recession, this is the problematic, the even more problematic than the mild recession. This would cause the fund to go negative. So there would be no impact on the payment of benefits. New Hampshire would continue to pay benefits. We'd be borrowing from the federal government. Those would be loans that would have to be paid back by New Hampshire employers. They may or may not have interest associated with that, depending on how quickly they are paid back. The way the feds work that is that if you carry a balance every September 1, interest kicks in, and if you pay it back prior to the next September 1, you don't hit another interest anniversary. So it could or could not have that level of impact. So the takeaways from that major recession are a $55 million hit below the forecasted balance in 26, and then in 27 is when the fund would go negative by $55 million. New Hampshire did go negative during the Great Recession. We borrowed from the federal government in both 2010, 2011. We did not borrow during the pandemic. And the 2010 and 11 borrowing was paid back by New Hampshire because of reforms that were enacted by the legislature that increased taxes on employers, and implemented a waiting week on claimants, and that was done fast enough where New Hampshire was able to avoid borrowing costs when they last borrowed. So big hit on the fund in that Great Recession scenario. There's also an additional impact where employers would lose out on fund balance reductions earlier than under the existing benefit schedule. That would cost them nearly another $23 million. So significant impacts with the major recession, big impacts with the mild recession, and zero impact on current conditions. But any economist will tell you every 7 years you can plan on an economic downturn. They just don't know how significant it is going to be, but they all build in a 15% chance of recession into their model. So I will stop there and hopefully bored you enough right around lunch where there are not too many questions, and we can go from there.
That, as always, that's great testimony. Representative Cahill and then Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lavers. So I understand that there's an amendment that would drastically reduce the impact that you've just laid out for us. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had Representative McKenzie did describe to me what he was looking to do with proposing 6 new tiers instead of 12 tiers. But again, I have not modeled that or asked the economists in Elmy to model that. I'll wait till the amendment is provided, and we'll do that at that point.
Follow up?
Okay, yeah, please.
Would you have an envelope that you could do with the back of the envelope, just sketch and give us some idea of, will we still fall off a cliff in the event of a major recession?
That I don't know. And I don't want to speculate. I want to run the model the same way I did in this first instance. And it's a pretty complicated data query that I get from the system, that I set it up and then provide to the economist. But now that we have it set up, we'll turn it around pretty quickly. I can guarantee you that it will have less of an impact than the bill as proposed. Whether it's enough to prevent those fund balance reduction losses in the 2 recession scenarios, I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. So just to throw you a little curveball, if we set a top rate at 50%, set a top rate of wages, and set a top rate of reimbursements, would that be easier than all of these scales within the RSAs and whatnot? Would that be easier for, obviously, your department to forecast? But for taxation purposes, it would be a lot easier to navigate?
Just so I understand the question correctly, Representative, so you're saying that if you set the benefit amount at 50%? And across the board wage replacement rate of 50%, having spent some time looking at the 8,000 individuals who received 427 in 2024, the individual that had earnings of just over $1 million, we're not going to want to replace that individual at that rate. So there would be the top end where you have high income earners. Those I don't remember the number, but you have a significant number that were over $100,000, a significant number over $250,000. Not very many over $1 million. I think there was one. So, but you would want to be careful. Obviously, you'd want to set a max similar to what Social Security does right now, with the max amount that they take taxes out. So you'd want to have a max, and also similar to what the paid family leave program does. They only provide a 60% wage replacement up to the Social Security taxable wage cap. So you'd want to have something like that. But it wouldn't be any more complicated than our current system. Some programming would be required. But we can certainly do that. We have a great support vendor that does all that work for us.
Thank you. And follow, Mr. Chairman.
For a follow-up,
Would that also leave us in compliance if we did a model like that? You know, a maximum amount, maximum salary, maximum payout.
I believe it would. We would need to submit that to U.S. Department of Labor, which I did fail to mention. We have done that with this bill as well. We have not got a response from them, but I'm sure they'll turn that around pretty quickly. Generally, they don't care what the state sets those weekly benefit amounts at. They would caution any state setting the rate at an amount that they know is going to cause the fund to be depleted, because they don't want to set up states to have to borrow from U.S. Treasury to pay benefits. As long as there weren't any differentiation between types of unemployment, types of industry, my guess is that they would not take issue with it. But again, a lot of that would depend on the solvency analysis as well.
Thank you. Follow up.
for a follow-up.
And also, you alluded to the interest rate reductions for employers would be going away with any type of increase. Not going away, but be harder to achieve with any type of increase that we have now. Would we have to look at having additional triggers, or maybe a smaller increase or decrease at certain levels at more intervals, or a higher level of a trust fund?
There's only I think Representative McKenzie's line was that we've got dollars going out and we've got dollars coming in, right? So when you are increasing the amount going out, it does question whether or not the amount coming in is going to be sufficient to maintain a solvent fund. The impact that the bill as proposed has is it causes the fund balance to reduce at a quicker rate because you're paying out more. And that causes the fund balance to be lower in quarters earlier than it is currently forecast under the existing benefit structure. So rather than an employer receiving the lowest fund balance reduction that they can get, which is achieved if the fund is at 250 million for a quarter, then that next quarter employers get a 0.5 point reduction on their rate. So if you're an average employer at 0.61, taking a 0.5 point off that and bringing you down to the minimum of 0.1 is pretty significant. So that's what the proposal does, is it causes the fund to be lower earlier, and thus those fund balance reductions are not achieved, so employers pay at their higher earned rate rather than the earned rate minus the fund balance reduction. Currently, your fund balance reductions, these were changed in 2021 as part of House Bill 2, and they were changed. Previously it was at 250 million. If the fund maintains that balance for every day of a quarter, the next quarter employers get a 0.5 point off their rate. If the fund maintained 275 million, employers received a point off their rate, and if the fund maintained 300 million, employers got 1.5 points off their rate. The change was to the top two tiers. The first one did not change. So currently, employers at 250 million, they get a half point off their rate, just like prior to the change. And the top two, the next one is 350 million. Employers get the 1 point reduction, which is where they currently are at. They have been at for quite some time now, for well over a year. And the fund needs to maintain a balance of 400 million in order to get the 1.5% reduction. And what those reductions do, they're like I described them, they're solvency controls, and they ease the money coming in when the fund is getting to those legislatively established solvency amounts. Meaning, we feel the fund has enough to pay during an economic downturn based upon recent history. Therefore, we're going to lower the burden on employers. And that's how they function. Right now, we're at 391 million. We're not forecast to hit 400 million. We're forecast to stay in that 375 to 393 range as long as there's no economic downturn, which Brian Gottlob and his team are not forecasting out through 2025 and into 26. But that's where we're at, not forecasted to hit that 400, forecasted to maintain that 1% reduction for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Follow up?
Let's go with Representative Flanagan and then come back. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for yielding. Two things come out, and there's actually a third, but you addressed one of them, which is the trust fund. The trust fund will then be negative if this bill passed to the negative 55 million. Am I not correct?
If New Hampshire were to experience a major recession event, yes.
Okay. And may I continue?
Please.
And now the unemployment tax, that is what our employers are going to be paying, since they're now become lower and lower in the brackets, if I can use that term. They'll see a subsequent increases of that thing, but according to your document, we're like the fourth lowest unemployment tax in the country. Am I that correct?
Correct. Fourth lowest unemployment tax burden in the country.
Okay. And then
Do you have another question?
I do. Thank
Would you
you,
like
Mr.
to ask for that question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Then
May I follow up with one
please
last
proceed.
question? Thank you. Do you think people come to this state or come to specific states investigating unemployment benefits?
That's not why I came to New Hampshire.
Neither. Yeah.
I try not to get into other people's heads. I don't make decisions that way. I don't think most workers do. I think they're looking for the right opportunity and the right amount of everything else. But New Hampshire, we do border Massachusetts that has the highest,
I know.
one of the highest average weekly benefit amounts, the highest maximum weekly benefit amount in the country. I think second to Hawaii on that chart. But there's no one in the country that would tell you Massachusetts is managing a good unemployment program. They came out of the pandemic having made what they described as an error to the tune of $2.5 billion and paying people federally financed benefits when they should have been paying them state financed benefits like New Hampshire was doing. So people like myself who sat there during the pandemic, watched weekly payouts, watched what other states were doing. New Hampshire was paying about 50% of their beneficiaries state financed benefits. Massachusetts was paying about 90% federally financed benefits.
Okay.
I knew there wasn't that much of a difference in our labor forces, and the reason why people found themselves unemployed. We played by the rules. We depleted our trust fund down to about $60 million, and those are some sleepless nights, while Massachusetts did not. I like the fact that the U.S. Department of Labor is holding them accountable now and requiring at least $2 billion of that to be paid back, but President Biden did give them a break of $500 million, apparently, in a Boston Globe article I just saw. But Massachusetts model is not what we need to achieve. We want to maintain a wage replacement rate that incentivizes people to get back to work. And I think most people want to get back to work. I wanted to get back to work. People I speak with that utilize the program want to get back to work. So, but it's a matter of adequately supporting them during a reasonable amount of time to find that next job.
Thank you.
All right, and Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is nothing short of dazzling, by the way, this report. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. What New England state has the lowest unemployment rate in the 6 states here?
So New Hampshire right now has the 4th lowest unemployment rate in the country. We are second. We are behind Vermont. In New England, Vermont is, I think, a 1/10 of a point lower than our 2.6. I don't think any economist would tell you that there's any similarity between the New Hampshire economy and the Vermont economy. Their labor force is shrinking, ours is growing, and our labor force is growing faster than every other New England state.
Follow up?
Yes, please.
And we have the lowest average benefit paid. New Hampshire does.
Correct.
That's correct. And one more follow-up.
One more follow-up.
So compare that to Massachusetts. Do we see that there's any type of motivation correlation here to get back to work?
Well, I think Massachusetts goes on the opposite side of that, right? Their average duration's over 18 weeks. Their average benefits over $700 a week. You can get up to $1,500 a week. So that's not the model we would ever be looking to mimic here in New Hampshire. I think from a duration and exhaustion perspective, New Hampshire is doing what it needs to do. However, looking at the population that's currently getting that 427, a wage replacement rate of a quarter of what you earned, I can see that being very difficult for people who are legitimately unemployed. Not that they're not a bad worker, they're just in a bad situation. They legitimately want to get back to work, and that can put them in a very difficult position with a benefit amount that hasn't kept pace with inflation and purchasing power.
Okay.
And 1 second, Representative Stop.
This is just a quick question. I was just curious on the projections that you did for the mild recession and the major recessions. Do you have an unemployment rate for what those would look like?
Yeah, so the unemployment rate for the mild recession is 4.5%, which was the rate experienced in the early 2000s. The Great Recession, the major recession, that's 6.5%. In both instances, we took our current labor force and we took those unemployment rates from those prior experiences. So current labor force, prior experiences, and then took the increases that were actually experienced at the intervals that they were experienced. That's the results that you see. And those numbers that you see are quarter ending balances. So each of those quarters through the end of 27.
Okay. Thank you. And Representative Labrie,
Last question. Thank you.
please.
Administrative load. There's going to be a lot more people that want to collect if this benefit is much higher. Is your office prepared to handle that, or would you need to hire more people and possibly a new building to put them in?
Great question. First of all, no. Our department has no needs for additional staff. The existence of an unemployment program, and I know Brian Gottlob, our economist, has told this committee before, the existence of unemployment benefits increases the duration of unemployment. But it's better than the alternative. The existence of an unemployment benefit to get you that financial bridge to your next job is critically important. While we have low duration right now and low volume, if benefits were increased, as long as there was an increase that was in line with existing wage replacement rates and didn't make it easier for people to have longer duration, then I would not expect much impact on duration. When you increase benefits beyond a reasonable amount, which we experienced during the pandemic, when the federal government kicked in an additional $600 a week for the early part of the pandemic, about 30% of our filers were making more on unemployment than they were in their jobs prior to the pandemic. However, they couldn't work. A lot of us couldn't. Some of us worked a little too much. It was a unique set of circumstances why the federal government did what they did, but it also gave you a good example of what happens when you increase the rate too much. Because what did employers have to do, particularly in the service sector? I know Representative Avalani experienced this probably as well. You've got to pay them more to get them to come back to work. And when you're paying an individual to fold pizza boxes at $18 an hour, the cost of pizza goes up and has an impact on inflation.
And Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to come back to the trust fund. Typically, the trust fund is filled at what time of year? Because we have the first 14,000, and then if there was any secondary lag in the trust fund that goes down, who would be paying that burden towards the third and fourth quarter?
Yeah, so good question. So it receives revenue every quarter, right? The majority of the revenue comes in as a result of those first quarter reports. So the first quarter tax and wage reports, they come in the month following the end of the quarter. So they have to come in April. That's when the majority of the revenue comes in, because most employers, unless you have a seasonal pattern to your hiring, you're taxed on the first $14,000 in annual earnings paid to each employee. So a lot of that gets hit and eaten up in that first quarter, some lag in the second quarter, and then new hires, you're going to have that, could have that in the third and fourth quarter. And then if you have a seasonal pattern, you're going to have more of it within whatever season it is that you're hiring up for. But most of that, the majority of revenue comes in as a result of the first quarter. So we see that, like I said, in April, and some of it will come in that first week of May.
Thank you. And my last follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Is that a quote?
That's the last one.
All right, go ahead.
On the negative ratings, we have a positive rating employers, we have negative rating employers. If the trust fund were to move mid-cycle, and the negative ratings were catching up towards the end of the third and fourth quarter, and the first quarter where most of us would file, would get a significant increase in our unemployment insurance tax. How would the department look at that to mitigate that if there was another recession that came through the second and third and fourth quarters, that so we wouldn't be as, you know where I'm going?
I did anticipating a question from you. It was not rehearsed. I did look at current amount that you're paying based on each schedule. So right now, positive rated employers, meaning they've paid in more in taxes than we've paid out in benefits. So they're the least risky to the program. Therefore, they are taxed at the lowest rates. Schedule 1, you can have a rate as low as $14 per employee per year. You can have a rate as high as $364 per employee per year. On average, they're paying $85 per employee per year. Schedule 2, if you are newly negative, meaning that you just had an event that caused layoffs, you haven't had that experience before, so you've been negative for less than 4 years, meaning that we have paid out more in benefits than you've paid out, than you've paid in taxes over the entire life of you as an employer in the state. You start at a amount of $392 per employee per year and can go as high as $910 per employee per year. In the highest schedule for those chronic negative employers, so those that have been negative for more than 4 years, they pay from as low as $462 a year per employee to as much as $980 per year per employee. There are adjustments that can be made for those negative rated employers, because while they don't get the benefit of fund balance reductions, they do get less of a surcharge. no positive rated employer gets a surcharge. Those were removed back in 2021. So the highest rate that that negative rated employer can pay results in a tax per employee per year of $1,050.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions? Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to put you on the spot, Deputy Commissioner. What do you think of the bill? You have all the information. You have all the numbers going. And I mean, you have the rates. You have what they're being paid, what the employers are going to do. Let me reduce it down to, do you think the amended bill covering like a 5 versus 12 or whatever the number is, 15, might be a better path?
I will, once we're able to see that and we're able to provide some analysis,
Might be the way to go.
you guys will get that. You'll be able to take a look at it and decide which direction you want to go.
All right, good question. So that being said, I'm very interested in seeing what that 6 versus 12 means.
We'll, as soon as we have that, Mr. Chair, we'll prioritize it and we'll turn it around. I think for my part of it, it's probably a day, and then between the 2 economists that worked on it, probably another day.
Okay, Representative Sullivan.
Actually, I was going to ask, what the time frame would be, and perhaps we ought to develop a plan as to how we're going to move forward with this, because it seems like we need that analysis. We need more testimony.
Right.
And so whether we want to bump this bill into another hearing day, perhaps next week, and that might screw up the schedule we just set up. But
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to recess the testimony on this bill, and we will pick it up in the near future. We got some scheduling issues to go through as you have some work to do. So let's coordinate on when we want to do that. But I think that's important for us to understand the impact of what's being proposed. Is there any questions on that? Any comments? Does that make sense to everyone? Representative Warden.
When are we expecting the amendment?
Representative McKenzie, I thought it's okay. Okay, so we're expecting it soon, and we'll look at it for next Tuesday, but maybe the week after. And I think that's a fair point. Thank you so much for your preparation and your concise testimony. I appreciate it. All right, this closes the hearing.
Recess.
And we'll recess this hearing until we reconvene, and we'll meet again back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. 1. What do you think? This is an executive lunch? Seat. As soon as we get a quorum, we'll get started. All right, and we have a quorum, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 11. And Representative Staub, you're going to introduce this bill? Okay, I'm like to open the hearing today on House Bill 442 relative to prohibiting payment of subminimum wages. And Representative Staub, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, and I'm here. My name is Kathy Staub. I represent Hillsborough 25. I'm here to present House Bill 442. The sponsor was not able to be here today. This bill, in essence, would end the subminimum wage, which is mostly paid to tipped workers. And those are restaurant workers, waitresses, servers, also hairdressers, and some other classes of employees. The subminimum wage is problematic for a number of reasons. First, the wage is based not on the number of hours the person works or the value, but rather, in the case of a waitress, the value of the plate of food that they happen to be carrying. So let me give you an example. The subminimum wage in New Hampshire is $3.27 an hour. So if I were to take my granddaughter out for lunch and I had a sandwich and she had a kid's meal, and the bill came to $20, and I tipped at 20%, the tip would be $4, and the tipped wage from the employer would be $3.27. So if it was a quiet day and we were the only people there, then that person would be paid $7.27 for that hour of work. If I was a bad tipper, and I only gave her $2, then the employer would be forced to make up that money up to $7.25 an hour. Unfortunately, for tipped workers, their wages can be really variable, but their expenses are not. The rent is still going to be the rent, regardless of how many people come in to the restaurant. So that's one area that's problematic. The second thing is that recently there have been a number of high-profile cases where there has been wage theft. When people are paying with credit cards, then the employee has to get that money from their employer after it's run through the system. And there have been some situations recently where that money has not been turned over to the employees. So there are 7 states that currently have a single wage. They don't have a tipped wage. They just pay the regular minimum wage to whoever is working there, and then they get tips on top of that. There are still restaurants in those states. A place like Olive Garden still has restaurants in California where they do have one fair wage. So it's not You know, it's not a deal breaker. I think one of the things that I've noticed is that because because the amount the person is getting paid is dependent on the cost of whatever food they're bringing to the table, that a lot of smaller full service restaurants with lower prices seem to be, you know, like we had a Blake's in Manchester that closed. They couldn't find people to work there just because people could not make enough money off of selling sandwiches. So, there is some evidence that in states where they have one fair wage, those kinds of restaurants are more likely to expand. So that's really all I have to say on this bill. If you have any questions, I will try to answer them. This is not my bill, so I haven't really done a huge amount of research, but there may be other people in the audience that can also give you information.
Okay, are there any questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is it the intent of this bill to eliminate tips for the people who are earning at least minimum wage?
No, not at all. The expression is tips on top. So a person would be paid the minimum wage, and then people would still tip them. In states where they have done this, people still do get tips, and they're still making good money in restaurants.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, just to be clear, because I thought that in your opening testimony it was to eliminate.
The tipped wage.
Okay,
The
which is
tipped wage is
327.
$3.27. So
Correct.
eliminate that and just go with a straight minimum wage,
7.25.
which is currently
Which is
7.25.
Right.
I'll be speaking to you later about that.
I understand, but just okay. So
Right.
you want to say, hey, there's no 327. It goes up to
Right,
7.25.
right.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And Representative Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it possible that this bill could lead to a decrease in the tipping culture? Tips on top. And how would customers perceive the tipping if they knew that the employee was already getting a wage? Do you think they would maybe tip less?
That's a good question. There are 7 states where they are doing this. Maine, for example, passed a referendum a couple of years ago that aimed to eliminate the tipped wage. What happens is that the tipped wage would gradually increase until it met up with the regular minimum wage. They haven't reached that yet. Their legislature kind of put a slow roll on that, but in those 7 states where they, like California and Montana, mostly Western states, they still tip people. I know I do if I'm happen to be in one of those states. Yeah.
For a follow-up, sir.
Thank you, sir. Service quality with less reliance on tips for income. Might there be servers that may not try as hard because they depend on their tips, right? So they maybe give you a little extra effort. And
Oh my goodness.
how would that square? If you
Oh
would?
my goodness. There is a whole body of literature on the things that women have to put up with because they are reliant on that money to feed their children and keep a roof over their head. They are constantly sexually harassed. They are mistreated by both owners and customers. And one of the things that this one fair wage would eliminate is what it would do is give servers the ability to say, no, you can't keep grabbing me like that. Or I refuse to serve you because of the way you're behaving. So there's two sides to that coin.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for missing most of your testimony due to the tight scheduling of our hearings. Does it seem right that, isn't my understanding that tipping is for service, that if I get good service, I leave a good tip, and if I don't get good service, I leave less of a tip or no tip, and that tipping on the based on the price of the meal, it seems kind of unfair when you're a waitress in a diner when you work very hard and work hard for the money, as I heard in the song, and get small tips merely because of the price of the meal that she's serving.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. There are people here who know more about this than I do, but the whole idea of the tipped wage actually came out of Reconstruction. People, particularly in the South and in other parts of the country, chafed at the idea of actually paying black people who had been enslaved a wage. So they would have to rely on tips in order to make any money. So you had porters on the railroad, and barbers and anybody like that. Rather than paying them a wage, they would have to rely on the kindness of strangers. If you'll forgive me for saying that, but yeah, it really. I think there's as much work involved in serving me and my granddaughter that sandwich and that kids meal as there is in bringing somebody a $35-40 steak. I mean, they're doing the same amount of work, and the service is probably just as good, but because the cost of the meal is so much higher, then that person would get paid more than somebody who is working in a lunch place. Now, there are two reasons that one goes out to eat. One is because, it's a special occasion where you're going to be buying that $35-40 steak, and you're making an evening of it. But then there are those situations like you're a state legislator and you've got half an hour to eat and you didn't bring anything. So you need to find some place to eat locally, or you're on the road, or, and so you're going to go someplace where you just need to get something to eat, and sometimes you just want to sit down and at a table. You're not anxious to go to a lunch counter, and that's the model that a lot of these lower price restaurants are going to now, where it's counter service and you're your own waiter, just because they can't find people to do the work.
Follow up? Thank you.
For follow-up, sir.
Thank you. And do I understand that the bill does not eliminate tips? So it's still the incentive for the person to do better than the 7.25 current wage and receive a tip for providing good service.
Correct. Yes. So the $3.27 wage would go away, and it would be replaced by everybody getting whatever the minimum wage is. And currently it's set at $7.25 an hour, which is the federal minimum wage.
One more?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Representative, would you believe that I spent my lunch, eating my tuna fish sandwich, half of that lunchtime was spent talking with a lobbyist?
And that was your choice. Okay, I'm just checking to make sure. Okay, are there any questions? Representative Farrington.
Thank you. What effect do you think this would have on the demand for labor with restaurants forcing them to pay this wage difference?
Well, it's hard to say, and I'm not going to try to speculate on that. I mean, I think there is people working in restaurants have had a really hard time finding people to come and work for them, and I think places like Blake's, which was an ice cream and sandwich place in Manchester, it wasn't, they had a couple of restaurants, but it wasn't a big chain that didn't rely on, it was a neighborhood place. They just couldn't make a go of it because they couldn't pay people. And because the wages are so volatile. Because, if you go into work and nobody comes in, you don't get paid. You get paid $3.27 an hour, or, they'll send you home. They have to pay up to $7.25. For example, if you're working for a full hour and nobody comes in, then you're paid $7.25 an hour. Your employer is forced to pay up to the minimum wage. But I think that there would be more stability for people who are working in the restaurant industry. I think, it would make their lives more stable. And think about the restaurant and industry as something that's more viable rather than a stopgap or a second job.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. Is it true that in order to fill some of these positions that are acknowledged to be hard to fill, employers sometimes use a base wage that's higher than 327 and in fact higher than 725 in order to fill those positions, and then again the employees make tips on top of that elevated base wage?
I'm unsure about that, but what I will say is that most of the people that I know who I've met through this work of one fair wage, they pay their employees $15 an hour, but the model is different. They don't go to the table and take the order. You come to the counter and then they will deliver your food to you. But everyone is paid $15 an hour and they do all the work. They're servers, they're prep cooks, and and order takers, and they do everything. And that's kind of what I'm seeing more of, as opposed to going into Blake's and sitting down in a booth and having someone come over and take your order. So I'm not really aware of that. Other people in the room might be. Perhaps you. I do believe that.
Okay, Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for testifying. Do you know anybody making $7.25 an hour?
That's a good question. Apparently, there are 5,000 people in the state of New Hampshire who make $7.25 an hour or less. Again, if you are a server and nobody comes in during your shift, you're making $7.25 an hour. Other agricultural workers are exempt from the minimum wage. Also, there's a law in the state that says that you are it's illegal to pay someone with a disability who's in a sheltered workshop less than the minimum wage. So someone from the Department of Labor might have a better understanding of that. I was unable to get that information, but according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are 5,000 people in the state who make $7.25 or less.
And for a follow-up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you believe that 4 years ago that number was 5,000 employees?
Sure.
Okay, and Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My final question, if you don't mind. Are there any provisions for a transition period to roll this out? I see 60 days here. It would take effect after passage. That's a big wallop to drop on any business owner that would have a tipping situation. I could see this driving the cost of food through the roof in 60 days, which might reduce some folks going out to eat. Just a thought.
As I said, I am not the sponsor of this bill. Like I said, I'm aware in Maine and other states where they're looking to phase out the tipped wage. They're doing it gradually, and I'm certain that the sponsor of this bill would be open to amending it to do that.
Okay, thank you. And any further questions? Seeing none, ma'am, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And you can join us when we get done.
Okay.
And Mr. Value. And sir, if you could state your name and position for the record, please.
Yes, okay. So my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. And NHLRA is opposed to this bill. Maybe just by a quick show of hands, who ever worked in the restaurant industry? Okay, so we have some people that are familiar with the industry. So while the tipped employees and the tip wage are included in the minimum wage statute, tipped employees are by no means at the minimum wage and the lowest wage earners. if you go into a restaurant and ask the folks that work in there whether they'd rather work in the back of the house, meaning in the kitchen, at an hourly rate with no tips, or work in the front of the house at the sub-minimum wage with tips, they'll tell you they'd rather work in the front of the house. The tipped employees end up bringing home the most take-home money, and they should. They're the face of the business. They're the brand. They're the goodwill. So they should. But for those that the bill doesn't have the statute, it just says it's going to repeal, or it just says no rate can be paid less than the minimum. So the statute right now says that tipped employees, those that receive tips, must be paid at least 45% of the applicable minimum wage. So the 725 is the New Hampshire doesn't have a minimum wage statute. We go with the federal, which is 725. But if the wage was ever to go up, then 45% it would go up with it. So the majority of money that tip workers are bringing home are tips. It's taxed as income. So they have to file their income taxes, and those tips are considered income. So it's very similar to wages. In Maine, to your question, what would the servers think of this? You know, would they be concerned about making less tips because people would know that they are now making the full minimum? In Maine in 2016, there was a ballot question about doing away with the tip wage. It passed. A year later, storm of tip employees showed up at the State House for a 15-hour hearing, and they repealed it. The tip workers would rather, I think, have the system that we have now. On average, and this is probably for a mid-range restaurant, take home 19 to 25 an hour. I've seen some high-end restaurants in Manchester where they're $44 an hour on average. When you take the tip wage and the tips combined. So again, these are not the low wage earners. And I would ask you this too. I know a lot of them are probably working, so they're not here today, but where is the swarm of tipped employees that saying we need this bill? And have you gotten a lot of emails from tipped employees saying we need this bill? This bill comes up every few years. It gets killed. There's a lot of misunderstanding, I think, about the tip wage. They're only getting $3.27 an hour. That's the minimum cash wage that the employer has to give them, and they obviously make most of their wages under tips. It's been like that forever. And this bill, in one full swoop, will turn it on its head. For a restaurant operator, I talked with one who has, places in Salem, Hudson, Bedford, around the state. He's got a New Hampshire chain. And the current cost for his servers right now, under the $327 minimum, is $1.4 million. That's what he pays out to his servers. I mean, he's obviously got a lot of servers. He's got multiple locations. Under this bill, it would increase to $3.4 million, which is a 60% increase in costs. And he can't absorb that much. Where's it going to go? The menu prices are going to go up. And menu prices going up, people no longer paying $25 for a meal. They're paying $34. And they're knowing that the tipped employee is getting the full minimum. And am I going to now go from $25 to, I think the tips would go down. Maybe some people would still tip the same, but you can't increase the cost and the price of a menu that much and expect everything to remain the same. It just won't. So we're opposed to this bill, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Representative Flanagan, and then Representative Silvestro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Over here.
Oh.
Over here.
Oh, Flanagan. Here we go.
I would probably take hers first, too.
No.
There's current discussion in Washington, D.C. about no tax on tips. So if we increase the base pay from $3.24 to some number that's in the bill, could in essence the tip wage person be paying more income tax based on that scenario?
Conceivably, if we're going to not tax the tips, and if we're going to essentially do away with the tips up here, I mean, people will still tip, but if they receive less tips up here, I think that's the point you're trying to make, is that they are now going to get more of a cash wage from the employer, which will be taxable. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Representative Silvestro.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the question. You mentioned the back of the house and that the front of the house wouldn't want to be back there. Can you just throw me out a figure of what the back of the house makes on an hourly wage?
No one's making $7.25. You can't find people for $7.25. Mike, what would you say back of the house? 18 to 30 bucks in the back. You know,
And that,
I mean,
of course,
30
depends
is
on the quality of the restaurant.
yeah, obviously. I mean, $30 is going to be a high end, you know, a chop house, a copper door, you know, the high end. That's where the $30 is going to be, and those servers will probably make the servers are probably doing 44 an hour with the tips. So,
Follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, and it's been said over time that the wait staff supplements the back of the house. Is that true or false?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
In other words, their tips are taken and then given to the
So
back of the house.
the Labor Department will come down very hard. And there have been restaurants that have learned the hard way.
Okay.
Tips, they can be pooled among the other servers, but you can't take the tips from the front of the house and give it to the dishwasher or the cook, because the Labor Department will come down very hard.
Okay, that's what I believe too. Okay. I'll wait in case anybody else has anything.
Go ahead. Floor is yours. And then Representative McKenzie. First, Representative Silvestro, and then Representative McKenzie. Go ahead. All right. This is democracy. Representative McKenzie, the floor has been yielded to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been changes in the federal law. The regulations changed, I think, last year or the year before. And the change is as it relates to how people who are serving, when they come off the serving clock and when they go back on the serving clock, which I think is going to be, quite frankly, pretty problematic. Can you give us some sense of how that's playing itself out in restaurants, and maybe explain a little bit about what that regulation is?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to a situation where server gets called in. Maybe it's not busy early on, so they're doing maybe rolling the silverware and the napkins or whatever. So the Labor Department, the ruling you're speaking to is about what wage do they get paid when they're doing that kind of work. Is it the 327 or the 725 or whatever the applicable minimum wage is in the given state? And so Mike might be able to speak to Mike Summers from the Restaurant Association.
Mr. Summers, if you could join at the podium, introduce yourself, and then
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Mike Summers, President and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. So, Representative McKenzie, to answer your question, you're talking about the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule essentially requires that 80% of a server or a tipped employee's time must be used directly waiting on tables or customers, whether bartending, whatever it might be. And 20% of that time could be used for incidental activities that are supportive of that service that you're providing. There was a change under the Biden administration that added a 30-minute cap that you couldn't have them doing incidental work for more than 30 minutes. And then that was taken up by the courts and has since been overturned. So we're now back to the old rule of the 80-20 rule, if that's helpful to in answering your question.
For a follow-up, yes, sir.
So, how do you manage that in a restaurant? How do you manage? I'm working 80% and 20%. How do you manage that?
I'll be frank and honest, it's not easy. But frankly, the 30-minute cap actually made it even harder because we had a scenario where you would, and this is just as an expectation of an employee. So an employee would come in, they would clock in. They would work for 30 minutes at tipped wage because that's the 30-minute allotment that you could have. And if they weren't done with side work or they didn't have any customers yet, they'd have to clock out, clock back in at 7:25. Then when they got a customer, they'd have to clock out and clock back in at 3:27. Then they'd have to work their shift. And at the end of the shift, they'd probably have to clock out and switch around. And I will tell you, having managed restaurants, that it's hard enough to get them to clock in and out, let alone have them clock in and out 6 times in a shift. But frankly, to answer your question, the way it's handled with the 80-20 rule is if an employee works a 6-hour shift, we just have to make sure that they're not spending more than 20% of that working on things other than waiting on staff. Again, it's a little bit of a, loosey-goosey, but you're trying to keep track of it as best you can based on hours and business and those kinds of things. And for those of you who have worked in restaurants, many of you know that there's always the early shift. They come in a little bit before you really open to customers. They do the opening side work. They leave early, and then the other group comes in. They're the closing shift. They work their shift, and then they'll do the shutdown stuff at the end. So it's always kind of rotating, and there are ways to kind of safeguard to make sure that we're not taking advantage of our employees.
Okay. One more, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. So I've heard over the course of the years, numbers kicked around about what actually wait staff is making. There are a number of people who will say that cash tips are being in the pockets and nobody's reporting that. Do you have accurate data to back up what you are saying in terms of what employees are actually making? Can I go to the Department of Employment Security, for instance, and ask them to pull data based on wait staff? And would it support the numbers that you're actually talking about, the $17, $18, $20
I think years ago when cash was used a lot more often, you think how often do folks here use a lot of people, it's on the credit card, so there's a record. Whereas, with cash, to your explanation of pocketing the money. I asked one of the operators for no names on this thing, and he's got he's got the tips and the cash wage and the number of hours and calculated it on the average hourly rate. And the bottom, you're down at like $19 an hour, and the top is $44 an hour. This is the cash wage and the tips combined over the hours they worked, and that's what you get. You divide it up, and so $19 to $42 an hour is the range. Depends what shift you get, what day you get, whatever. A bunch of variables, but.
All right. Representative Sullivan, sir.
Thank you. I don't think OLS, Office of Legislative Services, did us a great favor in the way they structured this. There's a huge chunk that should have a strike through it so we could all look at it and see what fell out of the statute. And I think some of the testimony earlier got caught up in some of that lack of a strike through. I think there was testimony saying that as the minimum goes up, the 45% will be a bigger chunk of money. Do you recollect that a few years ago, there was a Senate bill that came through that established that 327 would be the tipped wage, regardless of whether the federal minimum wage goes up or not.
So a couple of years ago, there was a bill that passed that said if the federal minimum wage goes up, New Hampshire's cash wage for tipped employees will remain at $3.27. But that doesn't preclude the state of New Hampshire at some point in time setting its own minimum wage and cash wage for tipped employees. So it does, if the feds go up, to your point, the 45% doesn't apply. But I would state this, another point that the restaurant operator pointed out to me. He increases his menu prices about 3% a year. And tipped employees get tips on the price of the meal. So over time, 3% a year, 3% a year, there's already this built-in factor that helps tipped employees' wages go up because they're based on the price of the meal.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, so today, under current law, the tip wages are indexed to the federal minimum wage
So
at 45%.
well, so New Hampshire doesn't have a minimum wage law. We default to the federal 725. And the bill that we were talking about, there's a section, I wish they had the strike through like you were pointing out. Yeah. So there's the RSA on the minimum wage. There is a separate section that was passed a couple years back that said if the federal minimum wage goes up, New Hampshire, the 45% won't apply to the federal minimum wage. That New Hampshire's current 45% of 725 now 327. If the feds go up, we're going to stay at 327. That's what passed a couple of years ago.
Okay, and that's what's on the books today.
That's what.
Okay,
That's
fair
what.
enough.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Please.
it actually doesn't say any of that. What you said makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
But you have to read it 4 times to
I know.
figure out exactly. There's 2 separate paragraphs that deal with
It's
the
so confusing.
the 725 or the federal minimum wage, and then one of them says 45%. The second paragraph says it stays at 3. It doesn't say it stays. It simply says it is $3.27. OLS didn't do us a favor there either.
I agree with you. It was very confusing when you read the statute.
Okay. Representative Avalani, and Labrie, and then DeSilvestro. I got you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to what was just discussed, I think we uncoupled the 45% from the minimum wage. And we separated out the tip wage from the minimum wage. In case the minimum wage ever went up, it was always an argument that, 45% of $15.
Right.
So we uncoupled it.
Right.
So it maintained the 327 in one statute, and it maintained our minimum wage statute in a different statute.
Explain well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, sir. What level of animosity would this bill cause between the front and the back of the house in terms of one getting a raise and one not?
Yeah, I mean, what would the impact be? I think you probably see something similar to what happened in Maine. I mean, again, for the folks that this is going to benefit, have you heard a lot from them? No, because I think this is a solution looking for a problem. And I think what reaction could there be? You probably have those tip workers coming here next year asking for this bill to be repealed.
Representative DeSilvestro.
Thank you. I was just curious, when you were throwing out the hourly wages, do they receive any benefits in a restaurant for those numbers? $18, $20, $40 an hour?
It varies widely, and it also depends on whether they're full-time or part-time, et cetera. In many cases, the $19 is a part-time employee. They might be making as much as $30 or $35 an hour, working 30, 25 or 30 hours a week. So I would say that it varies by company, and it varies by their category within that company.
All right, thank you. Follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then when you talked about the pricing going up, it's actually the consumers here that increase it.
Right.
So we're supplementing the wages by tipping based on what the
The
price
customers
is.
are paying for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Representative Kettering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have read some articles in the past that New Hampshire was the #2 leading in the amount of tips that are given to a server. Is that actually true? And could you validate that information for me or give me some of that?
I think I read the same article. I believe it to be true. There are some various publications that kind of rank states, and I will say that the states in the West that have higher wages and then tips on top of are the lowest tippers in the country. So I think it's fair to say that, yes, we have more generous tippers here. I also think COVID had a lot to do with that. I think folks were very sympathetic of our industry, and we certainly appreciate that. But I believe those numbers to be pretty accurate, yes.
Okay, Representative Leclerc.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen, for taking our questions. Do you know what the percentage of the tips that servers make have to be claimed?
Under IRS rules, it is 100%.
Really?
Yes. Now, having worked in the
kind of a
industry
follow-up, I
and
guess.
waited a lot of tables and bartended, et cetera, there are certainly some cash tips that are forgotten in the general processing of your cash out at the end of a night. But technically, it's 100%.
A quick follow-up, if I may?
Yes, sir.
And it's been a long time since I waited on tables or bartended, since 30 years anyway. I kind of remember it being 50%, but I mean so they would basically take, what you sold, 50% of that, or multiply it by 20% and then take 50% of that. Is that kind of the same how they do it, or?
No, because back when you and I waited tables, we were actually like physically cashing out. Nowadays, it's all processed through the POS system. But what I will say is that what I think you're referencing is the IRS has kind of a safe harbor, and the business can have an agreement with the IRS that they will declare no less than 75% of the credit card tips, et
Sales.
cetera, in order to be essentially exempt from receiving an audit. And there are mechanisms that they have to take that the IRS makes them follow in order to be able to do that. But ultimately, the IRS standard and the business owner, advocates to their employees, you must claim 100% of your tips because ultimately it's income and is therefore taxable.
One more quick follow-up?
Yes, sir.
So do they do that by your amount of sales? And yeah, I guess, right. So I guess, do they claim like, say, okay, the average tip is 20%. Your sales were $300 tonight, so you made.
No, so again, in the age of credit cards, almost
Yeah.
everything is credit cards now. And
So they see it and they know.
They see it, they know exactly what it is. So if you got a really great tip over here and a not so great tip over there, at the end of the day, the number is the number. And usually what the IRS and the business owner will look at is that provided you're not less than 75 or 80% of what that total credit card tip number is, you're probably okay. That's kind of how it works.
All right. Thank you.
Good question. Representative Di Silvestro.
One last one. I just want to know if any one of us are in a restaurant to the question about the tipping and it's cash, I pay the credit card for the bill. Can I tell that server to pocket them? I don't know if we can say that on here. Can I tell that server to, I want that specifically for them in their pocket?
So you're saying you're putting the dinner bill on a credit card and cash is tip? You don't have to tell them.
I wasn't sure if they had to say it.
All right. Seeing one more question, Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are required to withhold tips and claim tips. Could you tell us the structure, how that is? The employer pays half, the employee pays half, but the employee also has the ability to claim above and beyond, and who would be responsible for that?
Wait, can you ask that question again?
We are responsible for paying half of the claim tips. And the employee is able to claim above and beyond what we've claimed, given our basis, which would come down to cash tips.
You're referring to the tip credit?
Correct.
Okay. You really want to go down this road? What's that? Brief. Oh, I don't know if that's brief. So the tip credit essentially is how the business owner actually gets to the 327, right? So essentially, they have to prove to the Department of Labor, the IRS, and others that that the employee has collected enough tips to be well over the 725, and then there's a credit of $5 and whatever the number is, $5 and change, that is then essentially deducted from their hourly wage requirement. So essentially, you're technically paying 725, but you're taking it back as a credit because they made enough tips to then receive the credit. So it's almost like you back into the number, if that's a fair characterization. I don't know how to better explain it without lots of, slideshows. No.
All right. Representative Hall.
What percentage of employees fall into that category where they would be making less than the 725?
Honestly, Henry asked me that question a minute ago. In my 16 years here and 20 years in the industry, I have never heard of a person actually have to be reimbursed for not making minimum wage on tips. Not once.
Follow up? So in other words, this bill is not going to make the difference between somebody getting to 725 or not?
Nope. No.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And it's Mr. Sullivan, right?
I will fill out, yes, I'll fill out.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And I'd like the next witness is Mr. Verdiner. Oh, Miss Verdiner, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mackenzie's one of those names, can go either way.
It is. It's Scottish.
And who else is testifying?
I'm just here for moral support. Violet Katsumi. I'm just here with Mackenzie. I'm not speaking.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Verdinier. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm in support of this bill. I've also worked at Mr. Max, an untipped restaurant, for about 3 years, and I worked at an Olive Garden for about a year. And I just want to correct something that the previous testimony said. Servers do actually have to tip out their bussers. At least at Olive Garden, the restaurant that I work at, the bussers will make the minimum wage $7.25. The servers will make the sub minimum wage, and they will have to tip out their bussers, whereas people in the actual back of the house, like the cooks, will make about like 17 to 20, and dishwashers will make about 14 to 15. So I just want to make sure that distinction is clear. At Olive Garden, I never heard that it was like illegal or wrong. That's just what was done. I also want to say that no 27-year-old mom trying to feed her kids will be mad if you give her a raise. No one is going to be up in arms about that. People deserve to be making a minimum wage. I've seen people. I was a hostess, so I made $14 an hour, but people deserve to be making a livable wage. And $7.25 isn't a livable wage. We all know that. I mean, I'm sure everyone in this room makes a lot more than that. I make a salary position and I'm still struggling. And then with my experience working at Mr. Max, where we didn't earn tips, we all made like $12 to $14 an hour. People still bought the food. Mr. Max, the prices were expensive, but I can tell you from working on a Saturday night that people are definitely still willing to pay whatever the price is for that food. And we all made $14 an hour, and we still got tips. They were shared tips because it was, but we served them, we bussed them, and we were all happy. This is just my real experience, and I want you to know that I wasn't working in the restaurants 30 years ago. I worked there last year. So yeah, this is what real life looks like. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
No, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you coming in. Are there any questions? Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you believe that if you were to give the servers at where you work a $4 raise to make minimum wage, ballpark, do you believe that the rest of the folks that work in that same restaurant in the back of the house, the dishwashers, the management, do you believe that they would also expect a $4 raise?
No, because they're already making more. They're still making more. The people in the back of the house, like I said, they're making 15, the minimum wage everywhere else. They're not making $7.25. So maybe at certain restaurants, but I can also, like most people who work at a restaurant know the experience of being a server, and it's hard work, being yelled at, being disrespected, being spat at, So no, I don't think so, but who knows?
Follow up?
For a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I would ask that is I own several businesses, and I know that when I pay one employee a little bit more than the next, it goes through the company like wildfire, and everybody has to get a raise if I pay one person something. So it was just a consideration. I didn't know, I'm out of the restaurant industry for a while, and I didn't know if that it might play the same way. So you've answered it.
I think in this circumstance, it would be slightly different because this would be a law that would change the pay, not the manager deciding that someone deserves more. So no, I don't think so.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, and Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Am I correct in understanding that the people working in the back of the house who are already making more than 7.25 are paid that same wage regardless of their customers in the front of the house, or if it's snowed, or any other negative economic that might slow down the serving?
Yeah, absolutely. That's their wage. They make $15 an hour no matter who's there.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you again. And is it also correct that in most other businesses other than the restaurant trade, you pay your wages, you pay everyone the same wage based on their skill or what they do, and you don't expect the customer to directly pay part of the wage? For instance, if I had a factory, I wouldn't think the end user who buys the widget is going to pay directly my factory worker.
I can't answer that question. I don't own any businesses and I don't pay people, so I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
I would just follow up.
For a follow-up, yes, sir.
I was just trying to explain the difference between a tipped worker being paid, where the customer is expected to pay the wage is probably more than half the wages, and that's unheard of in other employment.
Okay, yeah, I definitely understand. Yeah, another point I wanted to raise is the idea that this is the way it's always been. Why? Have we ever thought about that? Why, when no other industry pays their workers like that, why do we do this? Does that kind of answer a little bit?
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for appearing today. What I'm trying to nail down, and you're an experienced wait staff, we've heard all kinds of numbers about what you make. Now, you worked at Olive Garden.
Yes.
That's a pretty busy restaurant.
Yes.
The state lists the average wage at $20 an hour for wait staff. That's the average wage. The lowest wage that they list in the unemployment figures is $11.44. Which number were you closer to?
So again, I was a hostess. I wasn't specifically a waitstaff, so I was still paid hourly, but my friends were not making $27 an hour. I mean, maybe if you're, if you're an experienced server, you might be making 20 an hour, but I really doubt it. Most people my age would probably be making, with their tips, like 15 to 19 an hour, but I haven't done the math.
So
Would you like a follow-up?
yeah, real quick.
Absolutely.
So the range then is from 11 to 20. That's somewhere where wait staff is dropping in.
That's what I would assume, yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate you coming in and talking to us.
Of course.
All right. Seeing no further questions and no pink cards, I close the hearing on HB 442. We've got about 5 minutes. So what I wanted to do, if you can indulge me real quick, it's a very special day. One of us in this room is having a birthday. And it's his 30th birthday. And I think we should sing happy birthday. If you could join. I'll turn off my mic. Not to put you on the spot at all. Congratulations, sir. I'll let him tell you. Okay, we'll adjourn or recess here for about 6.5 minutes. We'll link up again at 2 o'clock for the next bill. Thank you. session on House Bill 726 FN relative to the state minimum wage or minimum hourly rate. And Representative Staub, you'll be introducing this bill?
Yes, that's correct. Thank
Okay,
you.
and if I can get a pin card from you when you get
Oh,
done?
yeah, sorry. I will do that. Okay.
All right, ma'am, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Kathy Staub. I represent Hillsborough 25, which is Ward 5 in Manchester, and I am the sponsor of this, the prime sponsor of this bill. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 726, which will raise the state's minimum wage in increments to $15 an hour by 2028. This is a modest bill that increases the wage to $10 in September, $12.50 in 2026, $14 in 2027, and $15 in 2028. It also sets the tipped wage at half of the minimum wage. The last time New Hampshire raised the minimum wage, John Lynch was governor. In 2008, the average rent in the state for a two-bedroom apartment was $1,044, and today a two-bedroom apartment rents for $1,800. Times have changed and things have gotten a lot more expensive, and most states around us have responded by raising their minimum wage. The lowest minimum wage in New England is Vermont at $14.01. Maine is at $14.65. Massachusetts and Rhode Island are at $15, and Connecticut's minimum wage is set at $16.25. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that about 5,000 people in the state make $7.25 or less. The Economic Policy Institute estimates that there are about 61,000 workers in the state who make $15 or less who will benefit from this increase. I've given you a chart from the Economic Labor Market, whatever it is, ELMI, that shows that some of the occupations that have starting wages below $15. They are mostly people working in food service, retail, childcare, and home health aides. These folks are important to the economy of the state and the quality of life for all Granite Staters. And I believe that it is important for us as New Hampshire's elected government to demonstrate to the working people of our state that they are valued, and that is why I would urge you to send this to the House floor with an ought to pass recommendation. And I will take any questions that you have.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Lavery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for taking my question. Could you tell me what industry predominantly holds the 7.25 workers? Where would they work? What industry is that?
I can't tell you because that information is not available. But as I said earlier, agricultural workers are exempt from the minimum wage. People working in sheltered workshops who have disabilities are required to be paid $7.25 an hour. On those occasions when tipped workers do not make it, the minimum wage, then they are technically working for $7.25 an hour. I would love to know that information. Perhaps I can find out from the Department of Labor or perhaps from the Department of Employment Security. But I have not been able to find that information. This comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Now, wages have gone up in New Hampshire without a minimum wage, so why is it necessary? Can't we just rely on the free market?
That's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. Yes, wages have gone up significantly in the state of New Hampshire, but it didn't happen organically, not in my estimation. For example, the Fight for 15 campaign was a large national campaign that involved millions of people who advocated for a $15 minimum wage. Every one of the states surrounding us has a much higher minimum wage. And as you know, we're a physically very small state, and I would say that 80 to 90% of our workforce can drive an hour in any direction and be guaranteed a minimum wage of $14 or $15 an hour just by crossing the border into another state.
Thank you. For a follow-up, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't a higher minimum wage reduce reliance on public assistance, ultimately saving taxpayers' dollars?
That, yes, people who are, because things are so expensive, particularly housing is ridiculously expensive. People are paying more than 30 to 50% of their income for their housing, so they need to rely on things like food stamps and housing vouchers and other things like that. So if people were making a living wage, which is around, according to the MIT living wage calculator, a single person would need to make $23.58 an hour to be able to pay for housing, food, and incidentals. So yeah, so people who are making less than that at places like Walmart or wherever are receiving, those companies are receiving corporate welfare because their profit margins are higher because they're paying so little at the dollar store. But those people are forced to use food stamps and avail themselves of other public assistance.
Okay, thank you, Representative Drago.
I just want to follow that up. I've had a few examples of employees over the years who have had public assistance, and so they can only work a day or two a week. Otherwise, they lose assistance. So, and I've even talked to them and said, well, if you work all 5 days, you actually make more money. You just won't get the assistance. And they said, no, I'm just going to stay with my 2 days a week. So can you speak to that? Because in my mind, it doesn't matter how much money you make. If they know that they can only make X amount, they'll just work under that. So even if you raise the minimum wage, does that really change that situation?
Yeah, well, I think what you're talking about is the cliff. So that if people make more than a certain amount of money, they lose benefits. So yeah, that's definitely something that's out there. So I think people talk about raising the threshold for benefits, but if a person is making enough money so that they can fulfill all of their needs, then they don't need the food stamps. They don't need the other stuff. So I mean, there are when I looked at the ELMI report, I was really astounded by the starting wages that are well below a living wage and how many people and how many different occupations are making less than $20 an hour. If I put together a list of some of the lowest paid occupations, I used median wage instead of minimum wage. That means that half of the people in those occupations are making less than that. So a hostess, like Mackenzie was telling us about earlier, the starting wage for that is $11.71, and the median wage is $15.33. Childcare workers' starting wages are $12.07 an hour. Fast food counter workers, $12.18 an hour. Cashiers, home health aides, $14.30 an hour. That's well below what people need to actually pay for their basic needs, food, shelter, and incidentals. So, and let's face it, going from 725 all the way up to 15 is going to make a big difference. But yeah, I know that there are people like that. I have. Yesterday I was in the grocery store, and one of my favorite cashiers, I think she must be close to 80. I'm sure she's on Social Security, and she seems to be there a lot, but I can't, I don't know how many hours she's allowed to work there and still keep her Social Security payments. But that's not enough for her to pay for her daily needs, so she needs to work. I think she enjoys it, but.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
So is this bill dealing with the minimum wage, or is this bill dealing with livable wage?
This is a minimum wage bill. I would love to see a working, people making living wage, but if the minimum wage in the state is $7.25 and a living wage is $20 an hour, certainly the gap between $15 an hour and $20 an hour is much smaller than the gap between $11.91 an hour and what you actually need to live, which would be $20 an hour.
Follow up?
For a follow-up.
So basically, I guess my question really is then, is this bill mislabeled then? Because you're talking about sustainable wages, that is what someone needs to live, whereas minimum wage is someone who's never worked a job, someone just out of school or in school that's working. So I guess what I'm saying is minimum wage is not a livable wage. We all agree to that. So why are these bills labeled increase in minimum wage then? Because
Well-
you're talking about sustainable wages.
Because a living wage in New Hampshire is $23.58 an hour for an adult for two adults both working with two children. It's $29.34 an hour, and that's not 15. So 15 would be a minimum wage, and because 15 is not a living wage, and that's as high as it goes.
Okay, Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for you. I looked here on the numbers from the other states. Did you do any information or look up anything on specific impacts that the minimum wage increases in these states have had on whether it's the cost of those goods in those businesses or anything like that to see if there's any increases in that when the wage went up?
I did not include that in this. However, New Hampshire has the 13th highest cost of living in the country. And we have one of the lowest minimum wages. I mean, our minimum wage is lower than Arkansas, where they have a much lower cost of living. So we are already pretty high in terms of cost of living. I think we're closely aligned with Maine. Maine is interesting because like 10 years ago when I first started looking at this issue, our minimum wage was $7.25 and theirs was like $7.83 an hour. And then they passed the ballot initiative that began to raise their minimum wage, which is now up to $14.65 an hour. And it was interesting to watch what happened with both economies, and they're pretty much have followed exactly the same track. The average wage in New Hampshire is a little bit higher, but the number of people making very low wages in Maine is not as many as we have here in New Hampshire. And it's so I don't think it really, you look at housing costs in New Hampshire, can't imagine, and that's a huge part of person's expenses. And there's no place in the country where it's worse than it is here in New Hampshire. So I don't think, I didn't see anything other than, we also heard, Vermont is very similar to us in terms of unemployment, et cetera. There hasn't really been any kind of negative impact on Maine's economy. Their unemployment has stayed pretty low. The growth in the economy has been sustained.
And for a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. So as far as you pointed out Maine a couple times here, do you know the actual people the amount of people that wages increased in that have you done any research on that?
I have. I didn't bring it with me. I am happy to send that to you. The Maine CEP, which is the equivalent of what our New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute. They did a big study on what happened. What the first thing that happened was that the poverty rate went way down in the state. But I certainly have a lot of information about the impact of course, it was so long ago that I might not be able to find all of it, but there was certainly some reports on how, what impact raising the minimum wage in the state of Maine had on their economy and on the quality of life of the people who live there.
Thank you. Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Now, how can we justify not investing in our workers' well-being when studies show that increased wages lead to improved productivity and reduced turnover?
Well, yeah, I think one of the things that's holding our economy back is that we have a shortage of workers. The people who are most impacted by the minimum wage are people who are just starting out in their careers because they're making those entry-level wages. If those are lower, then young people might be who are not attached in the community are more likely to leave the state and look for work elsewhere. And neither of my kids live in New Hampshire. And so in terms of just having a stable workforce, having a group of people who can afford to pay for their living expenses and not have to worry about losing their apartments or not being able to fix their car when it breaks down so they can get to work. A higher raising the floor of the people who are struggling. Fiscal Policy Institute reports that a third of the people in the state, reported to the United States Census that they are having a difficult time paying for everyday expenses. So if we enable people to pay for their everyday expenses and feel like they have a decent quality of life and that they don't have to worry about what will happen to them if their car breaks down or they get evicted from their apartment, then you have a more stable workforce, and those people are here to stay. They're invested in their workplace and in their communities.
Thank you, Representative Labry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple final things. I just wanted to clean this up if I could. What is the average demographic of the person that makes the 725? Was it in fact young kids, or is it adults in apartments? Or we weren't able to figure out what sector these folks worked in. Maybe we could figure out what age they are.
Like I said, I have no idea. We have been trying to find out that information for 10 years.
Okay.
We only have that number. The number of workers at each wage level, that the 10, 12, and $15 marks, that information comes from the Economic Policy Institute, and they were able to find that information. But that 5,000 person number comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it seems to be kind of a black box. And I mean, if you ask people from the Department of Employment Security or whoever, they spoke to this kind of issue a couple of weeks ago when we were talking to them, that that people issue quarterly reports with how many employees they have and how much they're spending on salaries, but they don't. It's not broken down as far as I know. And I don't know if there isn't anyone here from Employment Security, and there is someone here from Department of Labor, but I would be willing to bet that they don't know either.
That's okay. Understood. One follow-up?
Or follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Say we went ahead and passed this law and we set the minimum wage here in the state of New Hampshire at $15. And then we had a massive recession. And we had to lay off folks because we didn't have the work. Would it be best to let, the organic process of capitalism and supply and demand take its place? Or do you think we should be beholden to that 15, even if it means the whole ship goes down with the, so to speak, the bad recession we're in?
Well, we've had minimum wage in the United States since the 1930s and 40s or 50s, or it's been around for a long time. It was something that Franklin Roosevelt was very invested in. So I mean, we've been through a lot. We've been through ups and downs, and we've had a minimum wage, and the minimum wage used to be a lot closer to a living wage than it is now. I think if we just spent a lot of time talking about what happens during a recession and how there is stopgap measures for people, and that the federal government will also step in and help in a period of severe recession. So I think ensuring that people are paid a wage that allows them to live with dignity. I think that's really important. I as the minimum wage has gone up, it really hasn't been something that there's studies that go back and forth. Sometimes you do lose a few jobs, but then you get more jobs, and people who had been working 2 jobs are now only working 1 job. So it appears that there are there are few people working, but they're actually only working one job now, and before they had to work two or one and a half. No, I think, paying somebody a living wage or paying someone paying people a wage that reflects their value, and the fact that they are contributing to the economy and to the society. I think, we should do that, because when you're paying people who are at the bottom end of the economic scale more money, they're going to spend that money. It's not going in the bank. They're not going to buy a yacht. They're going to spend it, they're going to go out and get a pizza. They're going to stop and get a coffee. The next time they buy gas, they have a little bit of extra money to spend. And, like the situation we have now is sort of like a tornado where all the money gets scooped up and then sent to the top. This is a way of keeping it down at ground level so that it can, stimulate the economy.
Okay, Representative Hall.
So if you set a minimum wage for an employer that has, say, 20 employees, say it's a small landscape company or a restaurant or whatever, and you tell them they have to start paying their employees twice as much, where does the money come from?
Well, first of all, it's not automatic. That's why we're doing it over a period of years. First of all, right now, wages are fairly high. There are people that like as you pointed out, there are very few people making $7.25 an hour. In order to get people to come to work, you're paying more than that. This is really very modest. I would say that, if you look at these numbers here, when the minimum wage goes up to $10, there are 10,000 out of the 600 and close to 700, or maybe more than 700,000 working people in the state who will be impacted by that, who will get a raise from that. At the most, when you get to $15 an hour, it's going to be about 1/10 of the workforce. So the thing is that, if you've got a business and you've got 20 people working for you, the likelihood that you're paying them $15 an hour or less in this environment is pretty unlikely. So the idea that going up to $15 3 years from now is, you're going to be doubling people's salaries is pretty unlikely with these numbers. I mean, if you were paying people 15 and the minimum wage went up to 30, well, then that would be. This is based on being modest and thinking about how businesses are going to cope with the increased minimum wage.
Thank you, Representative Hall. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to be clear, though, leaving the specific numbers out, if you're telling employers they have to pay more, you're either assuming they are just banking larger profits than they deserve, or they're going to have to pass that on. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think if you're, there are places that pay much less than they, I think of large corporations like dollar stores. They're the worst. They pay the lowest salaries of anybody. And I think, those people that are working in those stores absolutely deserve more money than they're getting. And so that would be the case. I mean, most small businesses, they pay they work, cheek to jowl with, they're doing the work too. I mean, it's not like Darden Corporation that owns Olive Garden and whatnot. It's somebody that owns a local lumber yard or has a small restaurant or whatever. They know their employees and they try to pay them as much as they can. And so in those cases, because of the way the environment is now and where wages have already gone up so much, this is incremental. I think, yes, sometimes maybe prices will need to go up, like in the dollar stores. These dollar stores that come into communities and knock out, the local grocery store, and they knock out the local, the local, for mostly the grocery stores, but other little stores and small businesses. And then, they just don't provide the same level of service. And the person who owned the grocery store, the hardware store, they no longer can make a living because they've been undercut by this large corporation that's nowhere near New Hampshire, that's paying the people that they came into the community that undermined. They should pay more. They absolutely should pay more.
Okay, are there any questions? Representative Farrington and then Drago.
Thank you. So it seems like 61,000 people be affected by this.
At this point.
Right now, if employers are willing to pay those 61,000 people at $15 or below, isn't it reasonable to think that at the higher price of 15, firms would be less willing to pay those people, and so that unemployment would increase?
There have been a lot of analyses. Mark Twain once said there were three kinds of lies: damn lies, and statistics. So, however you want to read the stuff, there are cases where, I think the Seattle and Tacoma airport area, they raised their minimum wage. They didn't really see. There were two people that looked at the data and decided two absolutely different things, that employment went down, employment went up. But, I mean, if you look at these other New England states, the unemployment rates have still stayed low. I mean, when Maine started raising their minimum wage, there wasn't a huge spike in unemployment. In fact, it has been at 3% since they started doing it. It hasn't really varied much at all. So as people were getting paid more, they weren't laying people off. In fact, the economy was growing because more people had more money to spend. In a consumer-based society, that's what happens.
Representative Drago. A quick question.
Yeah, really quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, you mentioned, obviously it's a tight labor market that drives prices up. Right now, if anybody has a pulse, we're hiring them for $20, $25 an hour. During our HB 238 hearing, we heard a lot about if you don't like the union portion, just go find another job. You referenced the dollar stores and stuff like that not paying a lot. My question is, why can't those people, everybody's hiring, why can't they just find a different job? Why are we so focused on a job that doesn't pay a lot? Because if nobody's going there, they're going to have to increase their rates anyways.
Well, one of the things that happens when dollar stores come in is that they drive out the other businesses because their prices are so low. If you run a community grocery store, and you're bringing in fresh produce, and it's a family-owned business, it's hard for you to compete with their prices because they can buy in bulk and they don't pay the people that work there very well. So they drive out the businesses where other people had worked before, and then the only place left for them to work is at the dollar store, and then they get really underpaid. That's one of the things that happens. And so I always hate, and they tend to go into underserved communities where people are already underpaid, and they're attracted by the low prices, but then in doing that, they drive out the other community centered businesses where they could work for more money, but they wanted those cheap whatever things that they sell at the dollar store.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for introducing this bill. Seeing no further questions, I'd like to call Dr. Kenny, please.
Okay, and I'll
Thank you, ma'am.
fill out a pink card for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Dr. Kenny. Yes, Reverend Dr. Gail Kenny, please. Thank you. No worries. Welcome.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Gail Kinney. I am a resident of Canaan, New Hampshire, and I am here speaking here on behalf of the New Hampshire Conference of the United Church of Christ. So for the whole denomination of known as the UCC or the Congregationalists. And the United Church of Christ is the largest Protestant denomination in New Hampshire. And in our 13 cities and 221 towns, there are over 130 UCC or congregational churches. And so our denomination back in 2014 passed a resolution, the whole denomination calling upon our churches to come before you and implore the New Hampshire legislature to pass to reinstate the minimum wage for New Hampshire and to move toward the minimum wage being a living wage. And so just a couple of things. So we hear about the market working. Well, the market works except when it doesn't. And so the idea of setting a floor below which we, as people of decency, below which we should not go as a state in terms of valuing work, whatever the work is and whoever does it, a minimum wage is meant to be a floor. And so the United Churches of Christ are asking the legislature to create a reasonable floor for when the market is not otherwise working. So I just want to address sort of a couple of myths. First is when the concept of a minimum wage was first established during the FDR, the Roosevelt era, it was never intended to be a training wage. It was meant right from the start to be the bare minimum that working people would need and families would need in order to survive. And so just a couple of things. So somebody has been asking questions about demographics. And so this is from the Economic Policy Institute. What people generally think, the myths are that minimum wage is just for teenagers or minimum wage is for somebody who's stepped into the working world for the very first time. Minimum wage is only for people who work part-time, kids who work part-time after school or who live with their parents, or people who just want to earn extra spending money. In the early days of going to these hearings, I remember people some legislators referring to, isn't this just for pin money for people who want extra? The reality is, and again, from the Economic Policy Institute, is that people in New Hampshire who would benefit from an increase in the minimum wage, getting up to the 61,000 that were referred to if the minimum wage reached $15 an hour, just working up to going from 10 to 15. The average age of the person who would benefit is 35 years of age. 90% of the people who would benefit are not teenagers. They're 20 years of age and older. 59% are women. 28% of the people who would benefit have children. And 54% of the people who would benefit work full time. So that's the reality. Those are the demographics that have been studied. So I think that we all know, I think that we all share an understanding that no one in New Hampshire can thrive not just on $7.25 an hour, but on $10 an hour, on $11 an hour, on $12 an hour, based on the cost of living in the state of New Hampshire. And again, the churches, the 130 churches that are, dot practically the landscape all over the state. If there's not a United Church of Christ church in your town, there's one in the town next door. We are all saying to you, pleading with you, this should not be a partisan issue. This is a matter of basic decency and basic morality. And in this recent past election, I think that at the national level, you may all recall that a big part of the conversation was the price of groceries, and even the The new president has said that groceries is a beautiful word, and groceries helped him. Talking about groceries helped him win the election. So I would again, to each one of you, to look in your heart and to ask you, for somebody making $10 an hour now, somebody making $11 an hour now in our nursing homes, the people who are taking care of our children and taking care of our parents or our grandparents, and the people who are serving us in the dollar stores, for those who frequent those. Let this state say, as a matter of public policy, that we will pay enough so that everyone can afford the price of groceries. Let the price of the cost of living in New Hampshire be what guides us to create a moral floor below which this state says we will not go because we value all work. So thank you very much for your consideration of this bill. I hope that you will find HB 726 ought to pass.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing no. Representative Labry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the way that this scales over the next 4 years.
Yep.
At 10, 12, 14, and 15.
Yep.
Does that track with inflation, and is that enough, or should it be more?
Well, in order for people to really survive, it should be far more than that. But this bill is trying to be reasonable, to create a basic floor. So I would have to, just to be honest with you, I do look at these statistics a lot, and I know the folks are the Economic Justice Ministry of the United Church of Christ looks at these numbers all the time. I don't have the inflation numbers. I'd have to really look at them, and I could certainly ask you about that. But part of what this bill is trying to do is to make up, to get us to a point where we're closer to a floor so that people who are making the 10, 11, 12, or even the people who are making the 5,000 people that are still making 725 are not living in abject poverty or constant economic anxiety when they work full time. So if you need the statistics, I can try to do that analytical work for you.
Thank you. And Representative Hall, please.
Thank you for taking my question. Would you be in favor of making the minimum wage in New Hampshire $50 an hour? And if not, why not?
I think if we were really serious about the value of valuing work and understanding that all work has dignity in the state, no matter what it is and no matter who does it, that we should take a look at what it takes to survive in the state of New Hampshire so that you are not living in constant economic anxiety, so that you can afford even a one-bedroom apartment and you can afford to clothe and feed your children. If you are one of those, a wage earner who's trying to support a family. I don't think that the cost of living requires that to be $50 an hour yet, but I do think if you look at the statistics that $10 an hour gets us closer than where we are now. $15 an hour gets us closer than where we are now, so that we don't have an escalating homelessness crisis in the state of New Hampshire. And so we should care about all people in New Hampshire, even those for whom the market is not working, should be able to have a roof over their head and put food on the table. And analytics now tell us that that's about $20 or $21 an hour. We're not saying that realistically, New Hampshire doesn't move that quickly. And so what this bill is trying to do is to get us to someplace better than where we are now.
Thank you so much. And seeing no questions, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony again.
Thank you so much, sir.
And I'd like to call Viola Cardusumi. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Viola Katsumi for the record, and I'm here on behalf of the Grind State Organizing Project. We are a grassroots organization that's based in in Manchester, but we represent different regions, Upper Valley, the Milford, Sohegan Valley, and the other pieces of the Hillsborough County. And our goal is really to bring people together. We bring faith communities, we bring people that are interested in economic justice and also fairness, as well as labor unions. And the goal is to make sure that we are working towards a New Hampshire that allows people to thrive. And so we're here to support HB 726 on the notion that this support is not only from GSOP, but also we've seen policies that lift the wage floor being supported across New Hampshire. In May 2021, there was a poll that was commissioned by the Public Policy polling, and of that, they polled voters in New Hampshire, and they found out that 63% of New Hampshire voters supported a gradual increase of the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2025. Of that section of voters that were polled, 56% were in support of increasing the subminimum wage that we just talked about in the last bill to $15 an hour by 2027. So this is not just something that's not supported not statewide, but it has a lot of ground roots support. And I can just add on to say that this last election, we went around in different neighborhoods speaking with voters on a nonpartisan issue, just kind of trying to figure out where people were and what they cared about. We talked to nearly 10,000 voters, knocked on 10,000 doors and talked to nearly 1,400 voters. And of all the people that we spoke to, the biggest concerns were housing costs, childcare costs, as well as healthcare costs. And several of them talked about how wages were very low in New Hampshire. So this is, again, something that keeps coming up in most of your districts. If you haven't talked to your constituents, you should. And so I want to highlight some of the studies that have been mentioned earlier. The National Low Income Housing Coalition, which is a national advocacy group that works around housing, mostly catering to people that are extremely low income, has studies out there, and they indicate that a worker that's making $7.25 an hour, they need to work 140 hours a week if they want to afford a one-bedroom apartment at market rate, which is around $1,300 a month. For that, the actual housing wage for New Hampshire is around $25.33, according to the National Income Housing Coalition. And so for one bedroom, so someone has to be making around that wage to afford a one bedroom in New Hampshire. And we know that our current rate of 7.25 an hour, we are very far from that. I also want to highlight that when I was, this was years back, when I was working at one of the stores, Macy's, I used to make $8.50 an hour. And at the time, I used to take every shift that was available and sometimes closing until like midnight. And I just remember working. I didn't have a life, and I was an individual. I didn't have a household. I didn't have anyone to support. It was just me paying rent and paying my costs, living costs. And I just remember working nonstop to get every shift that I could, so I could pay my rent. And so that is the reality. I know a mother, through the conversations I was talking about earlier that we had, talking to people on the doors, who's making $10 an hour and 50 cents. And she has 2 kids and lives in a one-studio apartment with her 2 kids. So that's the reality of people in New Hampshire. And that's why when we say raising the minimum wage does benefit families, we are not talking about just single people. We're not talking about teens, we're talking about families. And so I'm just here to encourage the committee to consider raising the minimum wage and supporting this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you coming down and talking to us.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Mr. Trimble, please. Trumbull. Please state your name and your affiliation.
Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware. I'm also a small business owner. I support this bill for a few reasons. First is the question of economic dignity. You can't live on minimum wage, or you can't even live on a little bit more than minimum wage, nor support a family. You've heard the numbers. So New Hampshire is way out of touch with the rest of the country. It's not just all the New England states that have higher minimum wages. This year alone, in 2025, 23 states are raising their minimum wage. In Missouri, in the last election, 58% of the people in that state voted to raise their minimum wage to $13.75. They just did it. And they're going up to $15 next year. This is not just the New Hampshire versus the rest of New England. We are out of touch with the entire rest of the country. It's not just the people who earn the very lowest wage that would be benefited by this, but also it would set a floor that would help the people who earn a little bit more than the lowest. I know that in my own business, you want to have good workers, you pay them a little bit more than somebody who just starts with you. So if you have a minimum wage, that means people who make a little more than the minimum, more than what you're paying your starter workers would get up. So that means people who make $15, $16, $17, $18 an hour would benefit from this as well. This is people at the lower end of the bracket. You asked for some statistics about New Hampshire. There was a study specific to New Hampshire done by the nonprofit organization Oxfam America, and they reported this. I'll hand in written testimony. It was in Public News Service July 30th of last year. They said that more than 130,000 New Hampshire workers would benefit from a raise in the federal minimum wage, and that it would include the more than 20% of women in the state who earn less than $17 an hour, who make up the bulk of the state's child care and elder care workforce. 1 in every 5 women in this state make less than $17 an hour. If you pass this bill, you will be helping 20% of women. Go to the grocery store on your way home tonight. 1 out of every 5 women you see would benefit if you pass this plan. And these folks are struggling to support their own families. And that Oxfam report also said that the overwhelming majority of low-wage earners, this is New Hampshire, are over the age of 20. You already heard that. The other thing that comes up is the question of what's the economic impact of raising minimum wages. And you heard their studies that go this way and that way. I'll just leave you with a few that would suggest that it would be positively beneficial. First is it helps economic growth. This study was done by the Center for American Progress in 2023. They looked at the 30 states that have minimum wages higher than the federal wage, which is what we have. And they looked at their recovery from 21 to 23. They had a 38% industry-wide growth, double that of the states that use the federal minimum wage, with a 19% growth. So in other words, when you have a higher minimum wage, you have more money circling through your local economy. If you have the money somehow gets divided up in this country into pies, if it's going to the very richest people, it's not staying in New Hampshire. If you give more wages to the people who work in your communities, they're going to spend more of it. Henry Ford found that out. He raised wages when he set up the first automobile plant 100 years ago so that his workers could then turn around and buy cars. There's other studies. Somebody mentioned turnover and productivity. This was done by the Center for Economic Policy Research, and they looked at data over the last 30 years, and they said that actually it is more cost effective for employers to pay a higher wage because they don't have to retrain people as often. If you pay a decent wage, you'll be able to keep your workers. That, in the long run, increases productivity, reduces the cost of retraining. And then the last question was one about, does it cause unemployment? This one is from the Quarterly Journal of Economics in 2019. They looked at 37 years of research comparing states, and they also look at counties that are like between states, and they found the overall number of low-wage jobs remained essentially unchanged 5 years following an increase in minimum wage. And the union leader just had a report on this in January 5th of 25, and they cited a 2015 study from Dartmouth College that a minimum wage hike would not likely have significant negative effects on employment in New Hampshire. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that if you raise the minimum wage, you're going to have more money circling through your local economies. It's going to benefit the people of New Hampshire. The government is always making economic decisions. We're trying to get a $4 trillion tax cut, mostly through the wealthy, through the federal government. That's the first item on the agenda. We just had a big tax cut, $180 million in New Hampshire, the interest and dividends tax, most of which went to the wealthiest people in the state. The government is always putting its thumb on the scale. The question here is, are you willing to put your thumb on the scale and say, we're willing to help the people on the lowest end of the income scale? Yeah, I think it's time for New Hampshire to catch up with Missouri and the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your input and your testimony. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
Seeing no questions from the committee, thank you. And if the last couple speakers could provide their written testimony, we would appreciate that. Dr. Kenny, did you have written testimony? You didn't? Okay. I'd like to call Christine Siebert. Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it. You coming.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here today, everybody. My name is Christine Seibert, and I'm from, I represent Hillsborough District 21, which is Ward 1 in Manchester. And I just wanted to add a little bit to the conversation here. I just wanted to say me and my constituents fully support this legislation. When I go around and talk to my constituents, I often I don't talk to you just because you have a D behind your name. You know, I talk to anybody who's outside working in their yard, that type of a thing. And this issue very specifically has been brought up to me, you know, just with them bringing it up, not me instigating that, that it has a lot of bipartisan support from across the board. It's a big issue to a lot of people. And then also, I just wanted to bring up, having worked for minimum wage before, back when it was like $5.25 or something an hour. But often the jobs are very labor intensive. They also involve a lot of customer service, face to face with customers, that type of thing. And it's often a very you know, not the most conducive environments. It tends to be understaffed. So it puts a lot of work on the workers. So these folks work really, really hard. And I would just like to add that, you know, it would be helpful for the overall morality of our society to do this. And I believe worker output will also be affected in a positive way. So thank you. And I hope you support this legislation.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, I appreciate you coming by. Thank you so much. And Claudia Estelle? And if you could state your name and who you represent, please.
Yes, I'm Claudia Estelle, and I'm representing myself, but I'm also a member of the Economic Justice Ministry for the United Church of Christ in New Hampshire. And thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. I'm here to support the bill. As a person of faith, I believe that every worker deserves respect and a living wage for their labor, so that they can provide for the basic needs for themselves and their family: food, clothing, housing, communication, transportation, medical care, and education. I have submitted this in the portal, so I'll try to summarize. There are 4 points that I would really like to bring to your attention. One is that today the federal minimum wage remains at the same level that it was in 2009 at $7.25 an hour. There are 5,000 workers in New Hampshire who earn at or below the $7.25 an hour. There are 10,000 who earn less than $10 an hour, 19,000 who earn less than $12 an hour, and 61,000 who earn less than $15 an hour. That's nearly 1 in 10 of workers in our states. And not all of them are teenagers working for their first job. I'm a retired teacher, and I know that many of my students were working while they were in high school because their parents expected them to be able to take on paying for their clothing, their school supplies, and even to contribute to the family bills. The second thing I'd like to point out is that if a worker was working 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, which is the maximum that they could work, at the minimum wage, they would be earning $15,080 a year. At $10 an hour, they would be earning $800 a year, and even at $15 an hour, it's $31,200. The federal poverty level in 2025 for an individual is $15,650, which is more than what you're earning at the minimum wage. So the minimum wage, as it currently stands, is a poverty wage. And even for at $10 an hour, the poverty level for a couple is $21,150. So again, that's still a poverty wage. We know from the MIT living wage calculator that the living wage for a single person in Coos County is nearly $19 an hour, and in Rockingham County it's over $25 an hour, almost $26 an hour. All the other counties fall in between that, but the point is that it's 2.5 to 3.5 times what the minimum wage is to earn a living wage in the state of New Hampshire. So this bill, which proposes raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour in increments, even in 2028, the $15 an hour will be well below what a living wage is now, and certainly will be in 3 years. So my third point is that I would implore you to recognize that we have a divided state, and I'm not talking about politically, I'm talking about economically. We have fully 25% of the households in New Hampshire earn less than $50,000 a year and are financially insecure and cannot struggle to pay for their daily bills. We pride ourselves on having a strong economy and for people to be independent, but this is my last point that I would ask you to think about. The other impact of minimum wage is that in some places, companies expect their employees to make up the differences that they need by applying for public assistance. And my point is that if that public assistance is coming at an expense to the taxpayers. So basically, we are subsidizing businesses, and I feel strongly that businesses should be able to survive on their own and to pay their workers sufficiently well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. Subject to Representative Laver's question.
I just have one question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Ma'am, you said at $15 in 2028 would still be far below the living wage. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is this really the right bill to solve that problem?
I think raising the minimum wage would certainly help. It's not the full answer, but at least it's a start.
Okay, thank you.
At $15 an hour, it's twice what we get, twice what we're paying now.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative McKenzie.
So we've heard during the course of the testimony that when you ask somebody, who's actually paying minimum wage in the state? And the question I have is, does it come down to employers who may stipulate that nobody's paying $7.25, but they don't want to pay $15? Can you give any insight into what's behind that, in terms of whether they control the market, whether they actually control the wages, they want to go up and down, which is what we heard. I know it's a hard question to frame, so if you can't answer it, fine.
I'm sorry, I'm not an economist, and so
Teacher.
I'm a teacher, yes. I don't have the answer to that question. I guess I would say one thing is that there are always arguments. I've also, as the one of the representatives spoke, I've run for office and I've spoken to a lot of people, and people are very concerned about this. But I remember one person saying, "Well, if we raise the wages, then everything else will go up." But I think I would agree with Mr. Trumbull's point that people who are not earning a lot of money put all that money back into the local economy.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for your testimony. We appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
And seeing no more pink cards and no questions, I will close the hearing on HB 726. And I'll open the hearing on HB 744 relative to workers' compensation indemnity benefits percentage.
Lucky me. Lucky me.
And do we have cards on 744? I see them coming up post haste. And who's going to introduce this bill? Is this Representative McKenzie? Yep. Beautiful. Thank you. And if you could state your name and position for the record, then we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you.
And I also have some handouts that might.
Yeah, let's do
reference.
that, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and for the record, my name is Mark McKenzie, and I am from District 40 in Manchester and serve the Float District in Manchester, serving 5 wards in Manchester. I appear before you introducing House Bill 744 and ask that you pass this bill. Now, let me this is a little complicated. Let me see if I can break this down as best I can. What I sent out to you, and I numbered the pages, and please, if it's a little messy, I'm sorry about that. But I wanted to give you a sense of kind of where the industry was when we started through all of these reforms. This particular volume, this book right here, is a 20-year, about a 20-some-odd year history of the workers' compensation changes. I don't think a whole lot of people have this information. I've shared it with people, but this gives you a sense of what's been going on with workers' compensation. So back in the 90s, the system was in a crisis. We had hollowed out most of the people who were willing to write insurance in New Hampshire. And we ended up with, and if you look at page 5, you can see at the bottom of the paragraph, there was a proposed rate which was in the 33% range. So this, and it ended up, they wouldn't accept that, it ended up in the 12% range. But what essentially happened is all the employee insurance companies left New Hampshire with the exception of one. So there were a number of study committees that occurred over the course of the years. There was one that was Governor Gregg put together. There was one prior to the Gregg study. There was one that Merrill put together. There was one John Lynch put together. So there was a whole bunch of studies that occurred over the course of the years. Now, as an advocate, and I was in the AFL-CIO for a number of years, I worked on a number of those reforms over the course of the years. Some of which I absolutely did not agree with, but we did what we did. But what it has resulted in is according to George, the attorney who was here last week, is that the market is much different today. The market is a good line of business today, and it wasn't when we started through this process. So the question is, what happened over the course of the years in the market? And what changed? Now, I'm not going to go into through all these changes because I'd be here at 3 days. But I'm going to focus in on one change that occurred in the system that I think we could deal with and we could change, and it would make a difference to people. And that is the change that occurred when they reduced the amount that workers get from 66 2/3 to 60%. And this occurred in the actually it was in 1994. But they took the rate down as one of these ways to control costs, and they brought that down. And it's been in effect ever since. Now, there's still a few people that are under the 66 2/3, but for the most part, new workers are under 60%. And the question I have before this committee is whether or not, where the market has recovered fairly well, where we have a pretty good line of business, where people are making money, is it time to start taking a look at some of the cuts that were made over the course of these years to bring this market into line? So this is one of them. And this has been before this committee more than once, and the people behind me know that. But I think it's a good way, it's a good start. It's a good start to bring this up to where it was at one time and restore this so that workers are making at least 66 2/3 of their pay. So that's essentially what the bill does. Now, there are questions that have come up with the Labor Department and some of the lobbyists, and I think we need to work on this. And one of the things is, so where do you draw the line in terms of this change? If you think of workers' compensation as a system, like a train moving, that people jump on the train and they're going through the system. So it's hard to draw a hard line to say this is going to be implemented at this particular point. So that's going to be the challenge. And I would ask that we put a subcommittee together so we can actually determine if this is of interest to the committee, if they support it, how we implement this thing. It was not my intention to go retroactively, to go back to the beginning. But I would want to start this, and there's some language, the bill itself says when we're going to start this. But I think we need to really look at that because it's a legitimate thing as to where we started. Now, let me finally say this. This book here represents the changes that took place. If you think of workers' compensation, if we get nothing else out of this testimony, workers' compensation is a handshake that took place a number of years ago. It's an agreement that employees would not sue their employers. They're insulated. They have insulated the employers. And in exchange for that, there was a system of workers' compensation that was developed to make sure we take care of workers. Now, I have questions about that. And also, I have questions about some of the changes that we made. We probably should have gone to court years ago when they made these changes. But that be said, here we are. Here's the thing in front of you. Here's what I think we can change, and we could do it. And I think you're going to hear a whole lot of people behind me maybe disagree. But it's time to kind of restore some of these benefits. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're introducing this bill with the intention of interim, of what motion? Not a OTP, not a ITO.
No, ought to pass. I'm sorry. Yeah,
you want to ought to pass.
Yeah. But it's going to need an
So what
amendment.
does the subcommittee do then?
We're going to have to work through implementation, actually, when we draw the line. And you'll hear some of this from the DOL, you can't just have a hard line, because there are
Okay,
people.
but there's a hard line in the bill of 66.3.
Right.
33%.
Well, no, that's a percentage, but how you actually, if you think of people who are in the process of workers, of a claim, so at what point do you say, okay, they're the 66 2/3 group? And that's kind of the challenge for this. And I think we have people that are willing to work on that to try to figure that out.
Okay. Representative Avalani for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wouldn't the first of the year be a great start? Because January 1 of 26?
Well, I think you can probably start it going forward, but you have a whole bunch of people that are gonna, that are making 60% and they're in the process now and they settle on the other side of that. So how do what rate are they getting? So
It would be
that,
any-
and that was raised by the DOL, and they'll explain it to you. And also some of the attorneys raised that.
For a follow-up.
Nope, good.
You good?
Yep,
Okay,
thank you.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Cahill.
you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It would seem to me that if the various departments could tell us how many people are at 66, and then we would know kind of what that dollar amount would look like and what that would cost, either wherever it's going to come from. And that would be the one complication. Then if we agree that 66 and 2/3 is appropriate going forward, then that's the only thing we have to worry about. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I think that the people, to answer your question, Representative, the people that administer the workers' compensation are here. And I think they'll give you a sense of how this could work and whether or not it needs clarification and those kinds of things. So I think that's what we need to do. And I think I've talked to them enough to understand that we probably need to make some arrangements here, some changes.
Okay. Representative Cahill. Or question, Representative Flanagan. And then Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, going back to when Chairman Infantine was here, I seem to remember his logic of the 60%. And maybe it's in your book that you have all of the notes of the workers' comp changes, but the reason why it's 60% and not 66 3/4 is that we don't have any sales income tax in the state of in New Hampshire, whereas in Massachusetts, which has 66 3/4, does have an income tax. Additionally, is when you're on a workers' comp out of work, you don't have all those ancillary expenses like clothing, gasoline, food outside of the home. So that's why it's not 100% of your wages. That's why it's 60 in this case.
Is there a question?
No. Are you familiar with that conversation with Representative Inside? You don't. Okay.
No, the only recollection I have that Representative Infantine, when I talked to him, he thought we had changed this already. It's been in front of this Labor Committee a number of times. So
I know.
Representative Cahill.
Chair, and thank you again, Representative. Do you recall our former colleague, our late colleague, the Honorable Herb Richardson?
I do.
Who tried to do this, at least going forward, that he had had a terrible injury working in a supermarket, and I believe he was in danger of losing his home because there just wasn't enough money coming in at 60%.
I think he did lose his home, actually, but yeah, I remember that very well. I remember him, and I think the point of all of this is if the market is doing really well, is it time to start thinking about, giving some of this back that was taken away from us during the course of the years? And this book is an example of it, of all the changes that have taken place. And many of them are not in the best interests of the workers in New Hampshire. And let me say one final thing, I'll sit down. There's another thing floating around, and they tried to do this when I was on the commission with Governor Lynch, is right now you're on the hook for the medical benefits. The indemnity, there's two sides of workers' comp. There's the indemnity side and there's the medical side. Now, right now, you can't get relief from the medical side of the claim. That's with you. Now, the indemnity side, they can settle, and they do. And that's the next thing I believe that they're looking to do, is to get out from under that.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And thank you for introducing the bill. Can I have Mr. Fennessy, please?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nathan Fennessy. I'm an attorney at Pretty Flaherty here in Concord. I represent the National Council on Compensation Insurance, also known as NCCI. For those of you, some of you probably already know, but for those of you that don't, NCCI is a licensed advisory organization that's authorized to make rate filings on behalf of the workers' compensation insurance companies in New Hampshire. The filings are objectively prepared based off of actuarial methodology that's generally recognized. NCCI doesn't take a position on a bill like this, but one of the things we do is serve as a resource to both the committee and the insurance department and the labor department. So I'm here to testify because I did get an inquiry yesterday about whether or not NCCI had priced the potential impact of this bill. We have not priced it yet. I have talked with the folks, the actuaries back in Boca Raton, and they could put together a pricing probably for the week of the 17th. I don't know how that fits with your schedule, but that is something that if the committee's interested in doing, we could certainly do that for you. I did, just to respond to, I think there was a question from Representative Avalani regarding so there's two parts to the bill. One is changing the indemnity from 60% to 66 and 2/3. And then there's the question about when that would take effect. If, as drafted, it's 60 days after passage, I would anticipate that NCCI would have to do an interim filing because it would potentially impact the rates that were filed for 2025, which were based upon the 60% number. The filing for January 1, 2025 was 5.6% decrease. So it would have an impact on that. I don't know what that number would be. If the effective date got moved, for example, to like January 1 of 2026, that would just be part of the next rate filing. NCCI does the rate filing for the voluntary loss cost and also for the residual market, usually in August or September, and then the insurance department will approve it with the expected date that it would take effect being January 1 of the following year. So if the effective date were moved to something like January 1 of 2026, that would be part of the rate filing process calculations for 2026. Happy to take any questions if you had them. Go ahead.
Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the rate filings are usually roll over in January. The other question is if the Representative Rose was if there are people on the program, would they roll into the new thing, given that the employer's rates were set at 60%, and if they would be upgraded to the 66% come the first, or would it be just for new claimants after the first?
I think that depends on how you frame it. My understanding would be if you usually the way the legislation works is that it would apply to prospective injuries. So a past injury that was under the 60% would still be under that 60% indemnity benefit. That's my understanding. Labor, I think, is agreeing with me on that. So I think that's the answer to that question. Obviously, you could amend it however you choose.
And follow up.
For a follow-up, sir.
And then a follow-up, the payouts. We also mentioned that the payouts, would that be under the 60% and under the pre-existing policies for the employers, or would the carryover come into the new policies and they would be entitled to a higher payout under the, not the indemnity part, but on the payout part for an injury?
If I understand your question, you're asking if the carrier chooses to settle the indemnity portion.
Yes.
I would assume it would be based upon the existing 60% up until when this bill, if passed, took effect.
Clarification.
For clarification.
So if the carrier, so you got injured at 25 at the 60%, and let's say the payout was 25,000, but under the new thing is 66%, and the payout would be 30,000. Just follow along.
Okay.
Would they be eligible for that 30,000, or would they still be, because they're injured in 25, would still be only eligible for 25?
I think it just depends on what the effective date would be.
Okay.
If the injury took place prior to the passage of the bill, I think they would still be under the 60%, is my understanding.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'd be interested to know, once we find out that the dollar amount for the people who are at 60%, what that would cost, I'd be interested to know sort of the two figures, what it would be going forward in January 26 to have 66 going forward, and what it would cost for the people who are at 60 to bring them onto that starting in 2026. Would that be hard for you to discern once we had the first part of the big number?
So I think for purposes of pricing, what we'd be looking at is going forward, what the impact to the system would be. If the question is sort of retroactively figuring out the impact of changing from 60 to 66 and 2/3 for existing injuries. I don't think that's something that we would be coming up with. Just because we do it, the work that NCCI does is really sort of going forward as far as what the rate should be based upon the historical trends and losses and whatnot. So I don't know if the labor department or someone else might be better served. For example, because we don't know, we won't have all the information about someone who may have already settled their indemnity benefit.
Thank you very much.
Representative Sullivan, and then Representative Avalani.
Just to be clear, when you talk about prospective, it's from the date of the injury?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. It would be essentially the date of the injury that's taking place after this takes
The
effect.
effective date.
Correct.
Thank you.
And if I can just make one point of clarification. So NCCI is dealing with what I'll call the voluntary market. It's not picking up self-insureds. It's not picking up any of the municipalities who might be in pooled risk programs. So it's a piece of the pie. It's probably a lot of the pie, but it wouldn't be the entire pie as far as what the impact would be to the system.
Okay, Representative Avalani.
Thank you. I was going to say NCCI deals mostly with private employers. Most of your work is for private insurance policies.
Correct. We would do pricing related to private insurance. There are some public employers who might have insurance through the private market. I would say in New Hampshire, at least, the vast majority do not, but there may be a few.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you could wait until the end of the hearing, please, that would be helpful. And Mr. Citarella?
Hello, my name is Christian Citarella. I'm a Chief Property and Casualty Actuary at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm an associate of the Casualty Actuarial Society and a member of the American Academy of Actuaries. The Insurance Department is not taking a position on this bill because it addresses a change to the benefits awarded injured workers in New Hampshire. This is a policy matter and will not change how we enforce the insurance laws for the state of New Hampshire. I am here instead to speak about anticipated consequences of the bill, as it may have a small but noticeable effect on the workers' compensation insurance market in our state. As you know, the workers' compensation insurance system in America rests on a balance between protecting employees and their families from debilitating workplace accidents and permitting employers the peace of mind in avoiding costly litigation, as Representative McKenzie mentioned earlier. As is the case in every other jurisdiction in the U.S., benefits for workers' workplace injuries are governed by state law. When an employee misses work due to an on-the-job injury, they are compensated a portion of their average weekly wage. Current New Hampshire law sets the wage replacement at 60% of the worker's average weekly wage. This bill would increase that benefit to 66 2/3%. Increasing the wage replacement benefit would necessitate an increase in what employers pay for workers' compensation insurance premiums to cover increases to claims costs for insurance providers. It is important to understand that the proposed 11% increase in indemnity benefits would not translate directly to an 11% increase in premium. It would cause a smaller relative increase in premiums because, and this is important, wage replacement accounts for a small portion of the overall expenses borne by insurance carriers. In New Hampshire, medical expenses associated with a workplace injury make up the majority of the loss costs for insurers. Also, it is important to acknowledge that expenses associated with adjusting a claim, insurance carrier overhead, taxes, licenses, and fees, commissions to their agents, and underwriting profit would not be affected by this change, further decreasing the relative effect of this change on premium. In the end, indemnity benefits for injured workers make up about a quarter of all expenses considered in the determination of workers' compensation insurance premium. I would expect a change to the benefit as proposed in this bill to result in a small single digits, less than 5% increase in overall premium for employers. At the same time, it is important to remember that loss costs have decreased in New Hampshire for each of the last 12 years and more than 60% cumulatively over that period. This means the cost to insurance carriers for workplace injuries relative to payroll has dropped significantly. With continued improvements to workplace safety and rapid and effective treatment in this state for injured workers, there is every reason to expect the effect of an increase in anticipated indemnity costs proposed in this bill to be mitigated by continued decline in loss frequency and medical expenses. In other words, if loss costs continue to improve, we may not see the increase to premium anticipated from this proposed change to benefits. Loss costs are reviewed and adjusted annually, as Mr. Fennessy mentioned, by the National Council of Compensation Insurers. Their loss costs for the next calendar year are filed and reviewed and approved by our department each summer, and then become effective January 1st. And as Mr. Fennessy concluded, and I speculated, there would need to be a mid-year change in that if in fact the bill is passed as proposed. And that would be somewhat disruptive to the market. And for this reason, the insurance department does make one suggestion for consideration by the sponsor and this committee. If you want to mitigate that effect on the market, we recommend changing the effective date of this bill to January 1, 2026. This would allow NCCI to incorporate the effect of the proposed change to benefits on loss costs into their annual rate submission and avoid an out-of-cycle adjustment in the current calendar year. Once again, aside from the just mentioned suggestion regarding the effective date of the legislation, the insurance department does not take a position on this policy matter, but I am available to answer questions. Thank you.
And Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many workman's comp insurance companies do we have in the state right now?
There are over 100 licensed and writing insurance carriers in the voluntary market.
And can you explain what a voluntary market is and an involuntary market is?
So about in calendar year 20, this is 2025, but I have data from 2023. In 2023, there was about $280 or so million worth of written premium in the insurance, workers' compensation insurance market. So that's that private insurance market that Mr. Fennessy talked about. Doesn't include self-insureds, large hospitals self-insure, large businesses self-insure. It doesn't include pools like Primex. So for municipalities, the state is self-funded. State workers are covered statement. These are for private employers that need to purchase it in the market. So the voluntary market are those. That's kind of that free exchange where you call up an agent, you ask for quotes, you get the quote like you do other types of insurance, whether it's property, auto, commercial auto, that kind of stuff. These are for businesses. So of that type of insurance, there is a small piece of the economy that can't find a voluntary exchange. And so, about 6% of that $280 million, about 6% of that does wind up in what we call the residual market, the assigned risk pool. There isn't a carrier out there that is willing to take on that risk for that workers' comp policy. The rates the premium that is paid by employers that wind up in the assigned risk pool are not substantially greater than what they would get in the voluntary market. It's just that any losses that occur with that business is then shared over the whole workers' compensation market, anybody writing business. So when we say the voluntary market, we're talking about the 94% of the business that is done in the private market.
Yes, sir, for a follow-up.
So your 5% increase would basically be borne by private businesses for this change.
It's a very, how should I say it, ballpark figure back of the envelope. I think, when I looked at it, it was going to be around 2 to 4%. That would actually trickle all the way down to premium. And that would then be translated over to premium that would then be paid by employers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Cahill.
Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. Would you have an idea of the average cost to insure an employee? I know there's different risks, if you have a roofer
Yep.
or a secretary, it's probably a different rating. But is there an average number that employers pay to have workers' comp?
I
Average
that would
dollar
be
amount?
difficult. I can say that there are minimum premiums in our state, so employers are going to pay at least $800 to $1,000, and then depending on the type of business they do, the number of employees that they have, it's all based on payroll. So however much they're paying their employees will affect that. As you mentioned, what their employees are doing on a daily basis is greatly going to affect that. But employers can pay as little as $600 a year and as much as tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. Is it fair to assume that with the fires, the floods, the hurricanes, that insurance, generally speaking, is going to eventually spike here? I've been told as a business owner to buckle up on liability and everything else that's coming down the pike for the next year. And I guess my thought here is everything needs to be taken into account here. Comp, liability, umbrellas, everything. Just want to get your thoughts on that.
Workers' compensation, each of the lines of business really runs independently of each other. So yes, on to your end, or the fires out west and the hurricanes down south, are they going to affect property insurance, business property insurance? Absolutely. Workers' comp, I would say no, because the different markets are priced differently. And because workers' compensation insurance is unique in the sense that all benefits are statutorily, decreed. NCCI, when they're developing their rates, prospectively, they can look back to see, how much it costs to return workers to their jobs, to return employees to their jobs, and that is not going to be affected by fires. It's not going to be affected by hurricanes.
For a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Say Allstate has a workman's comp division, but they also have a homeowners division. Are they not related at some point down the road? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I hear what you're saying, and generally speaking, that's not the way insurance works. Most insurance carriers will price their various types of business separately, because the risks are very, very different. And that I would not consider that to be doing as you say, and kind of merging the business and saying, hey, we need a little bit here, we need a little bit there to cover. That is not kind of accepted actuarial practice. Yeah.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have the history on why we pay the 60% instead of the 66 2/3?
I do not. I started working at the state about 10 years ago, and it's been 60% the whole time that I've been here. Yeah.
Okay.
I will say it is unique nationwide that we're the only state. That percent is lowest in New Hampshire, lower than every other state in the nation.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Cahill.
And thank you once again. So the impacts, the way to keep costs low for workers' comp is fewer claims and less expensive claims. Is that correct?
Right. Sort of, you're talking about the individual employer.
Yeah.
Right. So the history of the individual employer and kind of their loss experience greatly affects what they're paying the next year. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So seeing no further questions, I would like to call Ms. Albert, please, from Labor. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Labor. I'm here today with Attorney John Garrigan. He is the department's general counsel. The department is neutral on the bill. We have reviewed the language. We do believe we understand its stated intent and purpose. We believe that we can administer it. Relative to the proposed language itself, the department would highlight one or two technical points, and I'm going to go as slowly as possible. Tell me to slow down if you need me to. The language in the bill is amending what is currently 60%, a compensation rate to injured workers that's based on 60% of that injured worker's average weekly wage. That's the current calculation. I think it's important to frame indemnity payment in the types that it can be paid in. Individuals who are out of work as the result of a work injury can be totally disabled or partially disabled. In the statute, there are actually 4 sections that address payment of total disability and partial disability. Section 28 and Section 28A address temporary total disability and permanent total disability. As written, the bill is currently only amending one of the total sections. It's Section 28. So a suggestion would be, and we've discussed this with Representative McKenzie, to keep consistent. If this change were to go through, you could amend the language, or it may be beneficial to amend the language in 281A 28A so that the 66 2/3 is applicable across both temporary total disability and permanent total disability. Just for context, the mathematical calculation for how you reach the compensation rate across temporary versus permanent is exactly the same. It's simply a medical status that demarcates whether you're temporarily disabled or permanently disabled. And we have the same technical suggestion for the amendment to 281A 31-A. That is changing the percentage to 66 2/3, but only for permanent partial disability. It's not addressing Section 281A 31, which addresses temporary partial disability. So to keep it consistent, if that's the idea and intent, there's an eye could be given towards changing those sections as well to reflect the 66 2/3. And again, just like with the total disability benefits, the difference between permanent and temporary for partial disability benefits is simply a medical status. A doctor has placed an injured worker at maximum medical improvement and determined they're at a certain type of medical endpoint. In general, just by way of benefits administration, what would the 66 2/3% change be doing practically? It's going to change the weekly compensation rate, the way that it's calculated for the eligible individuals receiving it. That will also have impact on the way that permanent impairment awards are paid. Permanent impairment awards, when an injured worker is eligible for one, are based off of a prescribed number of weeks as set by statute for the injured body part, based off the individual's compensation rate. So if there's a change to the way that you calculate compensation rate for a particular injured worker, that will translate over to payment of permanency awards as well. It will also have impact on COLA adjustments, the cost of living adjustments under Section 29, which incorporate the mathematical percentages from Section 28 when an injured worker is eligible for COLA adjustments. So those are the benefits that the change would be affecting within the system. The department understands, had heard from Representative McKenzie and from a few others, there's some question about when the effective date and who would be impacted, or how would this impact existing claims. On review of the proposed language, the department's understanding is this would be a prospective application, and the prospective application would more likely than not track to date of injuries that occur on or after the effective date. And that's in general consistent with how the workers' compensation system and benefits work, and because your average weekly wage and compensation rate really are established at the time that it's determined you have a compensable injury. Just to kind of address the sort of voluntary insurance market and the self-insured insurance market, whether you are looking at a self-insured employer who's pooling their money or participating as part of a trust, or whether or not you're looking at an employer who elects to purchase voluntary coverage, an injured worker is an injured worker. So were this change to go into effect, when a compensation rate is calculated for an injured worker, it would be using this formula as put forward in the proposed language, regardless of whether or not the insurance carrier is a voluntary market carrier or a self-insured carrier. And I am happy to answer any questions should the committee have any.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. The that effective date and the prospective nature based on the date of injury. Is that something that needs to be written into the bill and the statute, or is it something that the department would deal with through rulemaking?
I mean, I think if there's an intent or thought from the committee that clarity needs to be added to the statute, it certainly could be added to the statute. If it were something that ultimately ended up needing to be addressed by rule, the department could look at that and do it. To be clear as to why we don't view it as retroactive, we believe that in order for it to be a retroactive application, language to that effect would actually need to be put into the statute.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hall and then Representative Avalani.
Am I correct in understanding that this increase is completely funded by premiums? There's no effect on any other, the money doesn't need to be drawn from any other source.
If I understand the question correctly, and correct me if I don't have it right, absent, the money would be coming from or paid through the insurance carriers. So if the question is whether or not it would draw from any sort of state fund.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
That the state is a self-insured, entity. So, and we are, the state is self-insures itself. So there could be some impact there. I'm not the most well-versed in sort of the rates and or how that aspect would work. But, if the state were to look at claims and determine that some additional monies were needed, there potentially could be some impact. But by and large, for any insurance policy that's voluntary, that's being borne through the voluntary market, not drawing off of any sort of state or public fund that I'm aware of.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. For the payments at 66 2/3, should we also look at the duration? Because it says 262 weeks. Should there be a change in the duration of benefits if we're increasing them on the front end? Should we be decreasing them in the back to mitigate the overall effect of using general funds for self-insured or having an increase in policies for private insurers, or you know where I'm going?
Sure. Yeah, no, it's an excellent question. I think I'll just sort of note, to be hyper technical about it, the 262-week cap is only applicable to partial benefits. So total disability benefits, whether they're temporary total disability benefits or permanent total disability benefits, can arguably go on for a person's lifetime. And there are certainly claims where an individual has received total disability throughout the entirety of their life from their date of injury going forward. If an injured worker goes into a partial disability status, typically marked by that individual returning to work, they have some earnings, but not equaling the earnings that they had at the time of their injury. There's a partial benefit that the insurance carrier pays. That's determined by paying. This would propose 66 2/3% of the difference between the average weekly wage at the time of injury and the average earnings following the partial return to work. If the individual is on partial disability benefits at the time that they hit their 262nd week of payment, by operation of law, they time out and the insurance carrier can cease making those payments. The question as to whether or not there's sense or it's appropriate to alter that time frame, I would defer to the committee. I think that would be more of a policy determination. Certainly, if there was an eye or intent towards changing that, the department would be able to administer whatever that change would be.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. How long does a person have to be out to be able to start claiming or collecting on the benefit?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. When an injured worker goes out of work, the statute, I want to say it's section 22, sets a grace period. So the first 3 days, the insurance carrier is not liable to make payment to them unless the period of disability extends for 14 days or longer. If the injured worker reaches that 14th, 15th day, they haven't received payment yet, and comp benefits are supposed to be paid on a weekly basis. So when they hit that 14th or more days that they're out of work or disabled from work, the insurance carrier should be going back and retroactively paying those first 3 days. The injured worker goes back to work, let's say on day 5 or 6, they're only going to get paid for, now I have to do math, the 2 days or 3 days that they were out, because that grace period is going to apply for the first 3 days. It's slightly modified for individuals who go back to work on a temporary alternative duty status. I believe the grace period for those individuals is 5 days. You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy. So if we were to add these sections that you recommended to be consistent and move the date out to January 1, 2026, and only look at this prospectively, this would be fairly simple to understand the cost, and we've heard from NCCI that they would be figuring that out, and we heard from the actuary that it would be 1 to 5, not necessarily 5. But there were already reductions because we've been so safe and so good. Would this be a fairly easy lift, thinking that we would have better protections and that the medical claims, the duration is based on the medical condition, not what we say it should be?
I'll speak, relative to whether or not it's an easy lift. I'll speak from the department's perspective. I don't want to speak for NCCI or the Department of Insurance. I think I'll leave it to them to determine what's feasible or not feasible for them. If this were to go into effect in January of 2026, the department would be able to track to that date, and as claims reports are coming in for the department to oversee and or regulate, we would be able to keep track of that. Again, our understanding of the language as drafted is that it's going to be a prospective application. If the date is 60 days from the date of passage, if it's a more defined date, whatever that may be, we would be looking to that date, and injuries that occur more likely than not occur on or after that date to determine, whether or not, when an insurance carrier is reporting, I've started paying indemnity benefits to an individual, and there is a specific filing that they have to provide to the department. They have to provide what's called a memo of payment, and they have to provide a wage record showing earnings so that the department can vet and verify that they are using, have calculated the average weekly wage correctly, and then computed the compensation rate, which is what this bill is addressing, accurately. And we would be checking for injuries on or after whatever the effective date is. Did you use the appropriate percentage in determining the compensation rate? The department, would need some time to update. We provide a variety of resources and tools for insurance carriers to use in order to perform these mathematical exercises. We provide trainings to insurance carriers to assist them in accurately doing these calculations and filing the required documents with the department. We would need some time, I think, to update those tools to assist insurance carriers and employers with the change. But I don't believe it would be an onerous lift for us to do that.
Follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. And again, since the other 49 states already have this 66 2/3, the carriers, it would not be a shock to them. They would not be all new, what do I do now, in that situation, correct?
That's a good question. I don't know that I can speak for the insurance carriers. I think certainly hopefully, if they're informed of the change, they're aware of what the calculation is, they should be able to make an adjustment. I don't know that the department's in a position to speak for whether or not it will be difficult or not for them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Representative Navalani, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask the Deputy Commissioner the same question I asked the man from the Insurance Department. Do you know why we are at the 60%?
Yeah, my answer, I think, is going to echo Mr. Citarella's. The change went into effect. My recollection is sometime in the 90s. It was well before my time at the department. I have spent a fair amount of time, both out of interest and related to my work with the department, looking through legislative history. I wasn't present for any of those meetings or conversations. So I understand the basis of the change as it's been explained to me by other representatives or from my engagement throughout being at the legislature and from reading the legislative history. But do I have direct knowledge of that? I do not.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comments and having no further pin cards, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Before we adjourn on 7:44, though, I want to ask the considered opinion of the committee. So the NCCI report would provide a more detailed analysis of the financial impact of this. Is that, and Mr. Fennessy, could you come on up, please? Is it your opinion that it would be worth waiting for that analysis and including that in testimony? I hear one yes
Yes.
in general. Okay. Is it possible for you to produce something with the modifications as addressed by the 17th?
So when you say the modifications as addressed, so we should assume that the effective date would be January 1, 2026.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the other thing, and I would like, if Representative McKenzie, your thoughts on adding the self-insured as part of it rather than just the voluntary. Are there any thoughts from the committee on that? Oh, that's possible too. Representative Avalani?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the four sections of the workman's comp law for the temporary disability partial. So we missed two. So could you do the four?
Sure.
On that, the effective date on 1/26. I think we heard from the insurance department that the self-insureds really since we'll be adjusting that doesn't really fall within your purview.
It does not. Yeah, they just don't report the claims data to us, so we don't have the information to be able to do that sort of calculation.
Okay, but that represents 4% of the population, or 6% of the population.
No, the 6% that was referred to, I think, was the residual market, which
Okay.
it is something we would be able to price.
Okay, great. So what I would propose, and just a sensing of the committee, is that we recess this bill, we reconvene on the 18th with an amendment, as we just discussed, and an analysis from NCCI, so that we can get a better understanding of exactly the impact. Is that generally everyone up with that?
Yep.
Okay.
One more.
Okay, please.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Could the insurance department come up with I don't want to say public sector, but a public sector, what it might raise the cost of the general fund if the state was to do it? I know Primex really doesn't answer to NCCI, that they would answer to you. Could you cajole them to get us some numbers?
That would be difficult because we don't regulate Primex, we don't regulate the self-insureds. We regulate the voluntary market and the residual market. And so we don't have any authority over them.
Did you ask them for what this might cost them if we made this change? They might be interested in that down the road. Is that something that you would be able to do, or would the Department of Labor?
Representative Albert.
I didn't want
All right,
to look
Ms.
over
Albert.
there, but they do.
The
report to
hand from the
Department
back of the
Labor.
room.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Department of Labor is the agency that regulates self-insured entities. Relative to how their rates are set or what they charge in premiums, that's not within our jurisdiction per se. But I'm happy to try to reach out to Administrative Services Risk Management, who is that's the sector of the state agency that kind of handles the state's workers' compensation claims, to see if they can be of assistance.
For follow-up.
I know AS would be helpful in that at the state level, but how do we get down to the county and local level if there's going to be an increase? I hate to say it because Primex, I think, is the only game in town.
Yeah.
How would we get at least numbers from them to
Sure.
say, okay, well, this might increase 10% at the local level, 5% at the county, and then the state might have a 3% increase?
It's an excellent question. I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know the way or if that data can be captured. It's not one of the requirements in order to be self-insured. Neither the statute, the regulations require that the self-insured entities provide that information to the department, and it's not a piece of information information that's contingent upon their being certified to self-insure. I can try to take a look. But I do want to be clear, it's not information that the Department of Labor has, so I'm not really certain where it could or would come from.
And for a follow-up,
But Primex, if there's any injuries at the local, county or state level, they would have to report to the Department of Labor.
That is correct. So if Primex is the third-party administrator for the host of towns, municipalities, school districts, whomever is within their group or their pool, the injuries would be reported to the department. But I believe, and tell me if I'm not understanding the question correctly, I believe you're asking after what would that do to sort of their premium rates or what they're charging, or the cost, or are you looking for more of the cost of the claims administration?
No, just the cost if there's going to be increase at the local level for their insurance policies because they have to pick up this extra 11% increase. We've heard from NCCI and the insurance, there might be a small increase if that's going to translate down to the state self-insured, so that just might be more general funds, or if it's Primex, it might be a small increase in their premiums to their municipality.
I will see if it's something that we may be able to put together. I'm not certain that we have the data. I would have to go back to the department and check, but I'm happy to see.
Thank you.
thank you.
Chairman.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Good question. Okay, so that's the course of action then. If you folks could come back on the 18th and we'll pick up this testimony again with more current data. Thank you so much. And I now recess the hearing on HB 744. On 542. Yeah, no, I think let's hold off on that, Representative, rather than try to stick it in the next 4 minutes.
A suggestion?
Yeah.
Could be 7.
Representative McKenzie, can you come here, please, for a minute? All right, I'm opening the session on House Bill 378, FN. And Representative Cahill, I have your card, and if you could introduce the bill, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Michael Cahill. I represent the wonderful towns of Newfields and Newmarket in Rockingham 10. And we're here to talk about 378 FN, and I think we might be able to lose the FN with the amendment, which is always a good thing to do. I've made several adjustments to, please this one and that one. But basically what I'm trying to do is make sure that, in the event of a situation beyond the control of an employee who has unused vacation time and is denied the opportunity to take that vacation time, that under certain situations, limited situations, they would be paid. The other situation is covered in the event that the business is sold. It's not unusual, and I'd say it's rather typical, that if the employee stays on with the new owner, they normally carry over, the unused time, and that's part of the sale agreement. So that's another option in that situation. The sale of the business and the person just walks away and doesn't pay because their policy said upon termination, we don't pay vacation. I think that's a problem. So I have included, let's see, you have the bill. You have a couple of examples of wage claims that where the claimant did not prevail, largely because of this policy, this blanket policy. And I'll just take a look at this most recent one. A gentleman was a car salesman, and I know we don't necessarily hold car salesmen in high esteem, but he worked for, I think, 13 years for the company, and then they closed the dealership. And their policy was, we don't pay at termination. He was not fired for cause. He didn't, wasn't any issue like that. I happened to Google his name, and I saw these nice reviews, customers that thought he did a swell job. It's just that was their policy. The other thing I want to draw your attention to is that they had this policy where the right, no unused time will be paid out at the end of employment, whether the termination of employment is voluntary or involuntary, and whether the unused time is personal, sick, or vacation. This person's accrued PTO, 3 weeks, was worth $5,717.37. So it's not small change. He made the mistake of not bringing documentation, and this is part of why I hope the department, when someone files a claim, they say, this is the sort of thing you need to bring with you, and you're going to make your best effort. If you're not going to bring a lawyer, you should know exactly what evidence you need to bring. And his defense was his claim was kind of unusual, that he felt the policy, because the handbook had said this is not a legal agreement or contract. That and yet he signed the policy every year, so that was not effective. And in any case, he's out $5,700 and change. In my own community, an assisted living center, the business was sold. They had the similar policy. It's not paid out on vacation, and 5 people who stayed on with the new employer filed wage claims. And they lost a total of $22.61 and 44 cents, so roughly in the range of $300 to just under $600 each. And we're talking someone working in an assisted living center back in 2014, probably not making a lot of money, and this was gone. Then we have someone I happen to know. She was a shipper, worked at a computer reseller company, and they had a very nice policy. The owner included some notes here in his defense. So the vacation requests have to be in writing at least 2 weeks in advance. And vacation cannot be carried over to the following year. However, vacation pay is granted at the beginning of the following calendar year in lieu of taking the actual time off. No more than 10 days of vacation can be taken at one time without special management approval. And one day she goes to work and she's laid off. So there was no opportunity to take 2 weeks from now, I'd like to take this time off. That just wasn't possible. So there's a situation where, you know, she was out $23.50 and no fault of her own. A good employee who just happened to get laid off without knowing that she really should have been taking all the vacation time. You know, take a day off every week just in case they lay you off. Is that the way we want to work in New Hampshire? Is that it? Is that what employers want to do? I don't think so. That's not what the employers here tell me that they would do. So you all have this document, which is sort of a bit of a history. And we go back to the department's records of these events. It's not, it's bad. It's bad if it happens to you, but it's bad if it happens to someone else. And so in 2018, there were wage claims. There were 121 wage claim hearings. And I want to add that not every wage claim goes to a hearing. Sometimes, you know, they just settle it or they don't follow through. But 121 wage claims were posted on their website, which they don't do anymore. And again, they weren't posting every single one. But of that 121, 29, which is 24%, involved vacation PTO wages. In the next year, 34 of them were posted, and 9, which is 26%, involved vacation wages. In 2021, 51 wage claims, 15 of these, that's 29%. 2022, 35 wage claims. Of those, only 3, but that's 8%. And if you're in the 8%, it's important to you. In 2020, the wage claims were not posted, but there were 144 that involved and that had PTO as an issue. Of those, 61, which is 42%, ultimately went to a hearing. Parties may have reached an agreement or settled. Let's see. And more recently, 2024, there were 188 wage claim hearings. Of those, 8 or 4% involved vacation PTO. So it happens frequently enough so that we should do something about it. And if it happens to one of your constituents or one of your family members, you might say that that's not right. That wasn't fair. And why should the employer not pay what the employee had earned? That's the whole premise here, that the vacation is earned. And when something happens that circumstances that are like and limited as they are in this bill, I think it's the obligation of the employer to, in the case of the ownership changing and the employee staying on, and make arrangements. You know, that's going to be reflected in the purchase price, but that's your job. Make arrangements so that those vacation hours are transferred, or pay them. The other thing that I want to mention, I know we're terribly interested in protecting the insurance trust fund. And when you lose your job, you can go down to the unemployment office and they ask you, did you get severance or vacation pay? And if the answer is yes, they want to know how much. And you won't have a claim any unemployment benefits until that amount is exhausted. So we are in some sense protecting that fund, easing the burden on our employers if we pass this bill. Now, let me get to the amendment. So Right, so we do add in here, not terminated for clause, which I thought should have been fairly obvious, but we had it just to make sure. We added the maximum of 30 days of unused time payoff. That's something that the UNH system has a very generous plan. We exclude sick days because we hope you don't get sick, but if you were sick, you should have taken the time. And we talked about prorating this in the past, and I know Representative Avalani came to understand what that means. So it is really just a fair system if you don't have the accrual. And the only other odd thing in here is apart from last year's bill, where we had people who have seasonal employees, construction or landscaping, and there's a time when the weather changes and there's a layoff. And I know from Mr. Lavers that if it's going to be 11 weeks and the employer writes a note, the employee can collect unemployment and not do a job search because they're going back to work. I didn't put that in here because I don't know if the season will be 11 weeks or 12 weeks, or if there could be an extension. But if they have no reasonable assurance of coming back to work, if they say, no, I'm not going to bring it back, when the weather is permitting, then you should get your vacation pay paid to you and go collect unemployment anyway. But you should get the vacation pay, and that will reduce the unemployment or delay the claim. So those are the odd wrinkles that we have because you can't have one size fits all. There's lots of what about, what if. But this is basically there's a lot of businesses in New Hampshire that have a license to do this or to do that, but there's no license to steal. And this is wage theft, although it's legal right now. And I hope you will support the amendment and the bill as amended.
Okay, thank you. And if we can hold on questions right now, I want to call Mr. Kerrigan because he's got to leave here, Moshkosh. And so, Representative Cahill, if you could just stand by for a sec. Thank you. Not that you were going anywhere anyway.
Sorry, this was scheduled so late in the day, Mr. Kerrigan.
That's all right. Thank you so much. John Garrigan, General Counsel for the Department of Labor, and thank you so much for accommodating my schedule and childcare needs. The department is neutral on this bill, though the department has worked extensively with Representative Cahill on prior versions of this bill. We do have one piece of technical guidance or technical suggestion, which is in the original bill, line 19 uses this phrase reasonable assurance or no reasonable assurance of the employee being able to return to the employer. It's not clear to the department what evidence would be needed to show a reasonable assurance. For instance, whether it's got to be in writing, whether it doesn't have to be in writing, or what really qualifies as reasonable. So our suggestion would be to clarify or make more specific what would be reasonable, both so that we have clear guidance when it comes to enforcement, but also setting clear expectations for employers and their own practices. And beyond that, I'm happy to take questions.
That's great input. Any questions or comments? Representative Avalani.
Thank you. That was going to be a question. And on the amendment, do you have that in front of you?
I do, yes.
Can you define cause? What was the definition, if you were looking at it, what would be defined as for cause?
Under line 7, fourth word over.
Sure. The bill does not independently seem to define that. I mean, the department does not have an independent definition of termination for cause. Perhaps there's a definition in the employment security laws, but there's none under our laws. So we would, if the committee wished to define that as well, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, good point. Any other questions? All right, sir. I think we made our cutoff at 4:15,
Thank you.
and
Much
you won't be in trouble when you get home.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Representative Cahill, could you come on back up?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And do we have any questions from?
Can I help with Mr. Avalani's question?
As you wish.
Thank you, sir. Yes, this is the cause is not defined. And this is part of why it's a problem to have it, but it's like obscenity. You can't define it, but you know it when you see it. So, and the Department of Employment Security, when someone is fired for cause, they'll ask them what happened, and they can appeal. If it's a reasonable person, if a reasonable person would find this situation untenable, if you quit, you quit. That I know they have that consideration. I believe it may also apply for unjust firing, and there may be some mechanism either in the Department of Labor or in Employment Security that says that you weren't really fired unjustly, and something else has to happen. I will be happy to ask Mr. Lavers, and I know he'll have an answer. But this is a thing, and certainly people are fired, and they're giving it a reason. And I know people have to be very careful that they dot their I's and cross their T's when they terminate someone, generally speaking. But I think when it does happen, and if it's determined to be reasonable and that the just cause, then that person would not qualify to receive their unused vacation time. And they probably would not qualify for unemployment. So I think Labor's would be the guy to talk to. I'd be happy to add written into the piece about the assurance.
Representative Sullivan.
In the world of labor law, it's common contract language under disciplinary clauses to say someone will not be fired or disciplined without just cause. And just cause is it's very well defined in labor law. I'm not suggesting you add the word just, but I think it's the same spirit that essentially you have to have an explanation as to what this person did to cause you to fire them.
Yeah, and I believe that you have to have, I think it might be called a PIP or something, where you tell someone, you warn someone, this is what I don't like, and if you do it again, whatever it's twice or three times, you're out. I haven't been fired. So.
All right. Any other questions? Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for taking my question. How did we arrive at the 15 employee number? Just out of curiosity, how did we get there rather than say a gross sales of a company?
That was provided to me by former Deputy Commissioner Ogden, and he said it was not an unfamiliar number to small businesses. That's a threshold for something else, which I don't recall exactly what that was, but it's another. We didn't want to give him a new number, so it's a number that's already there. And perhaps Mr. Avalani can pull this out of his pocket.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a declination on that request. All right, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if we could have Miss Allison Milito.
Thank you. My name is Allison Miliotto. I'm the co-owner and founder of Blue Lion. We're a New Hampshire-based HR consulting company. And I provided you a copy of my testimony, which I'll read now. Dear representatives, thank you for your time today. My name is Allison Miliotto. I'm a co-founder of Blue Lion, an HR consulting firm based out of New Hampshire. A little repetitive there. We have served hundreds of businesses and nonprofits here in the Granite State on matters related to HR, including paid time off, policy creation, administration, as well as terminations, layoffs, mergers, and acquisitions. Our team of over 14 HR professionals has a breadth of knowledge across many industries, as well as employers' size and makeup. I'm testifying to express my opposition of House Bill 378 as it currently stands. Despite the commendable efforts to address several concerns raised in prior years, while the inclusion of the RSA to clarify due wages when the due wages are owed, the removal of sick time from the payout, and the consideration of resignation scenarios are improvements, significant issues still remain unaddressed that warrant further attention. First, I strongly oppose the provision requiring employers to pay out unused time for employees that are terminated for performance. I understand the bill has been modified to eliminate those terminated for cause. However, that is often viewed differently than those that are terminated for performance issues. For cause usually implies misconduct, gross negligence, or theft. We would recommend and support a change to include all involuntary terminations except those illustrated in the bill, which are the sale of the company or a position elimination, also known as a layoff. In addition, this legislation, if unchanged to include termination for performance, would place an undue hardship on many of the nonprofit organizations. Nonprofits often provide richer time off policies as a means to attract and retain talent in lieu of offering higher salaries. If this bill were to pass, these organizations would be forced to reassess their generous policies as the financial strain of paying out in the very benefits that help these organizations compete for talent and ultimately harming employees. Third, the bill does not adequately address the growing prevalence of unlimited or flexible time off policies. Many companies have adopted these policies, which allow employees to take as much time off as they need within reason, without the need to accrue or deduct from a time off bank. However, this bill provides no guidance on how unused time would be calculated or compensated under such arrangements. When I testified on this matter previously, this was a key point of confusion and concern, and it remains unresolved. To address these issues, I recommend the following adjustments to the legislation. Exclude employees terminated for performance as opposed to a reduction in force. Clear guidelines already exist to distinguish between these scenarios, and such an exclusion would ensure that failure to perform is not rewarded. Exclude nonprofit organizations from these provisions, or create an alternative standard for them to protect their ability to offer competitive benefits without jeopardizing their financial stability. And third, provide specific guidelines for handling unlimited or flexible time off policies, ensuring clarity and fairness for both the employers and the employee. Thank you for considering these points. While I support the effort to enhance workplace protection, it is essential that we avoid creating undue burdens on employers and nonprofits or inadvertently rewarding misconduct. I urge you to make the necessary adjustments to ensure this legislation is fair, practical, and considerate of all stakeholders. I also invite anyone working on legislation such as this to reach out and discuss how it may impact employers here in the Granite State. With one email or phone call, you could have access to how it may impact hundreds. Thank you for your time. I can take your questions.
That's very clear and concise testimony. Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. What I'm trying to square is if I had a 401k or I had a savings account, health savings account, and I was terminated with cause, would you lose that?
No.
So, follow up?
Yes, please.
So then, if I have banked certain time, and had I not been terminated, that time would have been mine. So, so is it does the logic follow that that's not their time? They have not accumulated that time?
Yeah, I can understand how your logic is going. I guess part of the other confusion is if I have a front-loaded time off policy, then you're getting paid out on stuff that maybe you haven't quite earned yet. But also the benefit that I'm providing you is time away from work. The benefit I'm giving you is not the ability to have a free paycheck. It's the ability to take time off of work. And unfortunately, due to your lack of performance, you have a lot of time off from work now. So I would argue that the benefit is the ability to take a paid day to not come to work. It's not the dollar figure that we're associating to those hours.
For a follow-up.
Thank you. I wasn't great in accounting, but let me ask you this. You have a nonprofit who should be calculating in their liabilities the cost of the accumulated vacation time and all those kinds of things.
Correct.
So if they decide to cut that, cut somebody off, would it be to their advantage, and would that be an incentive in some ways to limit their liability and their exposure for what may be their inability to properly track that. Do you say?
So I think what your question is, am I going to save money because I'm going to fire you and not pay you out? Essentially.
Well, it was.
There's a
it's
cost
actually two
advantage.
parts.
Yeah.
Are they doing proper accounting and
Yes.
accounting fees?
So my argument would be, and most nonprofits do have the ability to pay their staff salary. So if I have budgeted in my budget for my executive assistant at my nonprofit for $50,000 for the year, that $50,000 that I've budgeted includes 2 weeks vacation. Because while she's not working in that position for those 2 weeks, I'm paying her, but it's included in that annual amount. Now, if halfway through the year she terms, she didn't take her vacation and I had to pay it out, but then I'm fortunate enough in this market that I replaced her. So as soon as she left, I hired someone new. We'll use 52,000 because it's easy. My annual cost now just went up to 54,000 because the new person's going to have the 2 weeks as well. So it is an accounting problem. And I do think, to your point, would someone fire someone so that they didn't have to pay time out? The employment market is still at the employee's advantage. It is still hard to find good work, good help. So I don't think that people are just firing employees so they don't have to pay out. What's that?
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. It was, I have a would you believe question that I believe everything you've just said, that employers should only have to pay for 52 weeks of work and not pay out 54. Thank you.
Was or would be you believe,
Yes.
but poorly executed?
Yes.
Just for the record.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I could just add one more statement
Yes,
about
ma'am.
the 15 employee question from earlier. The other legislation in New Hampshire that follows that is your safety manual. So at the point of having 15 employees, you also have to have a safety program and a safety manual. So it is already, as Representative Cahill mentioned, in the HR world, it's already a mark that we're familiar with. So they're
Okay.
not adding in another number that you have to remember, oh, when I hit this, this happens. So
right.
15 is already a number.
Good input. Thank you. All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And Mr. Bruce Benke. Berkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For your record, my name is Bruce Berkey. I'm with She and Finney Capital Group here in Concord, and we represent many different business groups and individual businesses throughout the state of New Hampshire. Among them are the Lodging and Restaurant Association of New Hampshire, Ski New Hampshire, the Electrical Contractors, and NextEra, Seabrook Station, and New England Convenience Stores. And I want to I'm going to applaud the HR representative who gave excellent testimony. And I want to say that the crux of her testimony is that she is asking this committee not to let the state of New Hampshire get between the employer and the employee. That's the bottom line of this bill. It's a mandate. It's a requirement. And under law today, first, it's been long held public policy that government not mandate to employers what their employee benefits must include, but only that the employer give adequate notice of what those benefits are. The current law already requires employers to provide written descriptions to employees of what employee benefits will be. 378 does not account for employers with use it or lose it paid vacation benefits. It does not account for employers that provide paid personal time off but do not distinguish between sick days, personal time, and vacation time. It does not account for the increasing number of employers, as we just heard, that allow for paid time off but don't track usage. 378 will increase employer costs if the employee opts to not take vacation which is the example that you just heard, so that they can collect that extra paycheck. And so if House Bill 378 were to be enacted, employers will be reluctant to design paid time off policies that offer flexibility to employees. It would constrict the relationship between the employer and the employee, taking that flexibility away. With respect to the 15 days, 15 days is just asking. Maybe the next year it's 12 days, 12 employees. Maybe it's 10 employees. And so the thresholds like that are never good. So in closing, Mr. Chair, I ask the committee to consider the impact of costs on the employer, the relationships between the employees and the employers, the flexibility that both parties have, not unlike some of the arguments you heard a couple of weeks ago on the small little bill, House Bill 238. And let's not let the government be even more invasive into the relationship between employers and employees. So with that, I ask the committee to find House Bill 378 inexpedient to legislate, and I'd be happy to try and address any questions members of the committee may have.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. I'd like to call Alex Kutiobas. Kutiobas. Katrubis, gotcha.
Sorry, my penmanship isn't great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alex Katrubis. I'm here to represent the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. We're the state's leading commercial construction industry organization, representing companies in the highway and building divisions of the industry. Thank you for hosting the annual public hearing on this bill. I think it's, year 6 or 7, I've lost count, but we have been and continue to oppose this legislation. A lot of what I have written down was already mentioned, but I'll be very, very brief, Mr. Chairman. Many companies, including contractors, are shifting away from separate buckets of vacation, sick, and holiday time. Instead, time off is available whenever the employee wants to use it. An employee may never get sick, but have a sick child, sick relative. They may want to take personal time for other reasons. They don't want to take vacation. So as a result, companies have responded by offering more flexible options. This bill, despite what the sponsor said, and I do appreciate his amendment, which isn't quite a decent improvement from the bill as introduced, but it still has a lot of problems. It does put everyone in the same box. And I believe that the bill, if you pass it this year, you're going to be right back here in 2026 trying to fix all the problems with implementation, because it literally is going to affect thousands of employees in the state. Some of the issues include partial layoffs. What happens if an employee's hours are reduced and therefore their time off would be reduced? How would that be handled? How are seasonal employees handled under this bill? We agree with the Department of Labor. The term reasonable assurance doesn't work. In the contracting world, employees must use their vacation time before applying for unemployment. Paving companies, for example, will lay off employees in the cold winter months, and there's no assurance that they're going to come back. They might come back, but they might not come back. Some employers, I talked to some pavers this morning, some of them offer time off to the seasonal staff, some do not. So how is that going to be handled under this bill? Again, some employees, the company I worked at, I came to AGC on July 8th, but the company I worked at before that, I had unlimited time off. They didn't track it. As long as I got my work done, I could take off as much time as I wanted to. So how are those situations going to be handled under this bill? I agree with Mr. Berkey. This would require anyone who has a use it or lose it policy to strike that from their handbook and rewrite it and adapt to what this legislation is proposing. So the bottom line here is, if you pass this bill, I believe that your constituents, most of them, are going to end up with less vacation time. Employers are just going to respond to limit their exposure and to create less generous vacation packages. That's going to be the result of this bill. Yes, a few people who are laid off or their company is sold in those very narrow circumstances, they may get some of that time off paid, but the vast majority of people are going to have less vacation time if this bill is passed, in our opinion. So with that, I would again urge you to kill this bill once again and allow the employers to continue to be flexible and nimble and give their employees the flexibility that they want. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions? Oh, Representative Avalani, sir.
Is it a would
Thank
you
you, Mr.
believe?
Chairman. No, it's an easy one. Yeah, given that you represent a lot of seasonal businesses, a lot of them do for paving and contracting. They do take the winters off, but then come back in the summer. Would your long-term employees that do come back, would they be forced to take all of their pay or be paid out for all of their accrued time prior to coming back with the way this bill is structured?
Again, I think it depends on that term reasonable assurance and how the DOL is going to interpret and enforce that provision. So I think it's a question that we have under this bill. I think you raise a good point. And I don't think the way it's constructed now in the legislation, I think it creates confusion and we need to clarify it. Hopefully you won't pass the bill, but if you were, I think it would need to be further defined.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any further questions? All right, seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
And I'd like to call Mr. Reynolds, please.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you again for the opportunity to testify. My name is John Reynolds. I'm the State Director for the National Federation of Independent Business in New Hampshire. We represent over 1,700 small businesses across the state in every sector. A lot of what I wanted to say has already been said much better than I could say it. So I do want to say I appreciate Representative Cahill's willingness to have conversations about the bill and explain where he's coming from, and agree that the amendment moves it a little bit in the right direction. But ultimately, we continue to oppose the bill because, as Mr. Berkey aptly pointed out, it removes flexibility for employers and employees. And when an employer has a policy that says that they are not going to be paid out, that vacation is not going to be paid out, but maybe it's rolled over from year to year, or they're giving you a little bit extra vacation, right? An employee is not being denied value when it's not paid out. That value is being put back in somewhere else in the compensation package, most likely, or put back into the business somewhere else. And ultimately, small employers have to live within their means. This bill doesn't make their compensation budget bigger. It just divides, it takes a chunk of the compensation budget and tells the employer how they have to use it, which removes flexibility to offer more vacation time or offer more carryover or offer some other benefit that their employees want. And that's what small employers want to do. They want to create compensation packages that help keep and attract employees. So with that, I'll just leave it there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Seeing no further questions and no further Mr. Berkey, do you have a copy of your testimony, sir? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. So this closes the hearing on HB 378. Before we break, a couple things. First of all, great job today. Good questions, and I really enjoyed. I learned a lot. So thank you for that. Next week we'll meet at 10 up in our standard room. In this schedule, based on the amount of tears and whining and those types of things, we will have an hour lunch tomorrow. As long as we can restrain, or next week we'll have an hour lunch, as long as we can restrain our questions to meet the timeline. But no, 30 minutes is way too short, and I appreciate your indulgence, but next week we'll go to an hour. Any questions, comments, concerns? Great. Good work. Thank you so much. See you next week. What's that? Almost. If you are responsible for a blurb, noon tomorrow, please, or sooner, to me, please. That's fine. Beautiful. Thanks.